Okay, the time being 10:05. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 650. And we'll welcome up Dan McGuire, who's already sitting in his seat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. And I've had the privilege for the last 2 years to be the chair of a committee called the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds. And among our members is you yourself, Mr. Chairman, and your ranking member behind me here. And this is a really interesting committee where basically we review all the dedicated funds that the state has on a 5-year cycle. So every year we look at 20% of the dedicated funds. We look at how much is in the funds, what's the law behind them, has anything changed, are they getting too big, too small, that sort of thing. And so it's mostly just sort of administrative kind of stuff, but it is interesting, and you get to learn a lot about sort of the behind the scenes stuff in state government, the sort of off the books kind of stuff and things like that. And so one thing we do every year is of the funds that we examine, we look for changes that the law needs to make them current and to make them continue to work. And so this year we created 2 bills. One is the one that you yourself sponsored, dealing with the cleanup of RSA 6:12 and all the lists of funds and so on. But this bill is sort of the remaining cleanup. It's not quite technical corrections, but it's the next closest thing. And so the things we identified this year as needing change. One is there were 2 dedicated funds that were still in the RSA 6:12 list, but their associated law had already been repealed. So that's the 2 repeals in Section 5 of this bill. One other one was the robotics fund. So the legislature has been giving robotics education about $750,000 a year. That goes into a dedicated fund, and that dedicated fund goes to high schools. It gives grants to high schools for robotics activities. And that fund was sort of growing. They weren't using the full $750,000, they were using less. And so one thing we recommend is that we put a cap on the fund of $1 million to and the rest would go back to the general fund if there's an excess. And the way we came up with the $1 million was basically Senator Gray's suggestion, because it removes any problems with timing, right? So if the money from the general fund goes into the fund at any particular time in the year, and money comes out at some other time during the year, the fund will always have enough so that there's never a timing issue, right? So that's where that comes from. And the other one that we found was this Cannon Mountain, the Parks Fund. So it turns out that the Parks Department, they have one giant dedicated fund that they sort of run their whole department on, and they kept 2 separate accounts within that fund, one for the winter activities at the Cannon Mountain ski area and one for everything else in the parks, right? And so it just seemed like this dedicated fund was kind of overused, and so this language will create another dedicated fund specifically for the Cannon Mountain winter activities, and to keep it separate from the rest of what's going on in the parks. It doesn't really change how they operate. It's just more of an accounting thing where it'll be easier to see the 2 different activities separately. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative McGuire. First of all, on line 20, is that a typographical error? Rather than $1 billion, that's $1 million under the American numbering system. That is, the last comma should be a period.
Well, there's the word and, right? So I personally don't like commas before and, but it seems like it's
That's a Scribner's error.
yeah.
We'll accept it as that.
Okay.
Another question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Would you consider this to be a housekeeping type of a bill to clean up some messes?
Like I said, thank you for the question, but like I said earlier, it's maybe just this side of housekeeping, right? Because the robotics thing you can't think of as housekeeping. It's an actual policy kind of thing, but it's pretty close to that. Yes.
And one last question. And would you have any objection if this bill were exec today?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My committee is meeting, so I'm going to have to leave.
Thank you for coming.
And I hope you get us House Resolution, what is it, 11? ASAP.
You'll get it soon. Before I bring up the next guest, I was remiss in introducing my wife, who is sitting in the Mary Ann.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
This is her first time in the Legislative Office Building. Despite that, I've been a state rep I'm going into my 5th term. She has been at the State House and she has been at House session before, but I wanted to welcome her and introduce her to everyone.
So we give round of applause to our visitors.
If you want to. Thank you. All right, I'll now bring up Representative Almy.
Official. Susan Almy, City of Lebanon. I wanted to follow up a little bit on this. Representative McGuire had told me that I needed to present it because he couldn't come, so I'm glad he was able to be here. There is a policy issue in the State Parks Fund, but it really is a cleanup also. The State Parks Fund was these 2 groups. All the activities, not just winter, of the winter ski area, including the tramway. And then every other park in the system. And every other park in the system has been having a great amount of difficulty in raising funds since we took away the historic houses. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but the historic houses maintenance fund, because they can do visitor tours, and they put it all in one bucket. And the rest of the parks will have a donation box out somewhere that people can put money in, but that's it. And it goes to that particular park rather than to all of them. So they're having maintenance problems. But this at least makes the problem more obvious, and hopefully something can be done about that. And I wanted, just for the people who were here with Norm Major, who know that he started the robotics fund. I've talked with him. I explained to him why we're doing this. It was set up so that it was only to establish robotics teams in different schools. They seem to be running out of schools that are capable of doing that or interested in doing that. So we've cut back the amount of money in there. It can be increased again if all of a sudden the really small schools can do the same thing or something like that. So that's what's going on with that. He understands that. So that's all I really wanted to add to this.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Representative Almy? Yes, Representative Ullery.
Madam Ranking Member, do you have any objections to this being exec today?
Microphone.
Microphone.
I would like to point out we scheduled this for next week by mistake as well. So
Yes, and that will be corrected. We are not going to have another public hearing and another exec. Okay, thank you, Representative. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 650.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would it be appropriate to move into executive committee since we have 15 minutes for the next meeting?
it would be very appropriate. And since we have noticed that we can go into exec session at any time during the day, I am going to open the exec session on HB 650. And let's see. Representative Almy, would you like to make a motion?
yes, I move that we I move ought to pass for House Bill 650 FN.
Do I have a second? Second from Representative Elberger. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think that we said what we need to say, but it and the title says pretty much what we need to say. It removes references to already repealed funds, and it separates the two state parks funds into the Canaan Mountain Ski Area Fund and the rest of the state parks as a separate fund, and removes the non-lapsing status of the robotics education funds, but allows up to $1 million to accumulate in that fund before lapsing the remainder.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to say I appreciate the work that the committee does, and it is important.
Thank you. Anybody else?
It is also fascinating sometimes.
Okay, seeing no more questions or comments, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill number 650 FN, removing references to repealed funds and relative to state park and robotics education funds. The motion is ought to pass. Representative Ullery.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Soti.
Yes.
Representative Orrs. Not present. Stephen Smith, not present. Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer. Not, thank you. Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith. Not here. Representative Opel. Opel. Almost got it.
Aye.
It's getting closer.
Work in process. Representative Opel. Representative Spar.
Yes.
I count the vote.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
You haven't called on me yet.
The perpetual Chairman Janegi. Chairman Janigian.
And with his wife sitting right there.
Yes, and well said.
Clerk counts 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 4 missing.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
question.
Yes.
Recent instructions were received that a fiscal note, which doesn't raise but merely apportions monies, does not need to go before the body. It can go on consent. Is that correct?
I believe that's true. Okay, then the vote being 16-0, I would put this on consent, barring no objections. Seeing no objections, this will go on the consent calendar. And I will close the executive session for HB 650.
Majority report by.
Majority of report by Representative Almy.
Yes.
Okay,
That's why I brought this.
just confirming. Okay. Oops. Okay, the time being 10:21, our next public hearing doesn't start till 10:30, so we've got 9 minutes. Um, So, we're scheduled for 1:30, we have a bill at 1 o'clock. We either try to do something else. 1:30 or we just.
It's the last bill.
Yeah. So we'd have to figure out ways to, it seems like there's something else we could exact. I don't know. So it would be everything that we would just have a public hearing.
Which isn't sensitive.
I mean, we're in good enough shape. We felt good with what we had. So even if we just end down at 1. Well, we want it. We had scheduled, 6:50 for 1:30, so we must have thought that we could probably finish. Should say that. I'm a little worried about, I forget what bill it is. The last bill we're hearing today. Yeah. I'm worried that, I wish we weren't in this room because we can't. I guess we'll have to just deal with it. Janice is just gonna probably.
So what they think they're out tomorrow for the people who have long drives.
I don't know. That's Representative Doucette, you might have a better insight on that.
Well, I have a feeling they're just gonna keep watching hour to hour. And then we're supposed to get, I think they said check your email.
It's not something that I really want to.
Mine was very simple.
It seems like
Go to school and there's travel.
if there was a second for me, that'd be one thing.
That's not my life.
Yeah, that's generally a good plan. They don't have the kids go then. We're just big kids. We should go with it.
Plow.
I don't know, I've seen freezing rain.
Mine is always objection to us.
Right, yeah, right, that's a risk. I used to drive a motorcycle. I never worried about my driving, I always worried about everybody around me wasn't paying attention.
But when there's heavy snow, or people come out of their driveways, you can't see them. Snowbanks. I've already had my 2 accidents.
So I told,
A deer hit me,
I told Karen,
but I was in heavy
12
traffic.
o'clock, we would tell her what,
Everyone was going 60 inches.
yeah,
So I didn't enjoy that.
so now that we know it's
And I hit a tire like
maybe
7,
we'll just see if
but I
there's
was able to overcome the
anything
tire.
that comes to mind.
And AAA, if you're on the highway, come immediately. So I survived both of those.
Yeah.
So I'm not waiting for the insurance.
Okay, so this is 650, Bill.
Okay. I remember reading some police reports about accidents
There it goes. I am opening the hearing on House Bill 585 relative to the property tax exemption for religious organizations. And I call on the prime sponsor, Representative Janigian, to present.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's interesting being on this side of the the desk, but anyways, you all know who I am, but for the record, I'm Representative John Janigian, representing Rockingham District 25, which is Salem. HB 585 is attempting to solve a problem for small churches and small religious organizations. If you look at RSA 7223, paragraph 3, it lists what property is exempt from property taxes. And one of the things that is exempt is a church parsonage. And for example, it's only tax exempt if the pastor lives in that parsonage. And however, if it's rented out, then it is now potentially subject to the local property tax. So I'm going to give you a real life example, and you all have a copy of my testimony now. My church is the Ararat Armenian Congregational Church in Salem, New Hampshire. It's one of many small churches in the town of Salem. And we used to have a full-time pastor that lived in the parsonage building. And the parsonage was a 3-bedroom house, and it was detached from the church, but right next door. And as our congregation became smaller, we eventually could not afford a full-time pastor and went on to having a part-time pastor who was living in his own house. So now we're not using the parsonage anymore. The assessor became aware of that and started taxing that property. And while it's not necessarily taxed at full valuation, we are paying roughly $4,000 a year. So it's kind of a double whammy. As membership has gotten smaller, we also now have to pay a property tax. So many small churches are facing this same scenario, and that's really the impetus to this bill. I want to point out that the bill also allows a church to rent out space in their main worship building to raise money for church operations or church outreach. When it's rented to other religious organizations, it's not an issue. There's no potential property tax implication. However, if you rent it out, and the example I give in the testimony is you rent it out to a daycare, now that potentially could trigger the assessor to say, okay, we have to partially tax this property now because it's not just religious purposes. So what this bill tries to do is in an attempt not to just have, it does two things. In an attempt not to have churches just start, renting out all sorts of buildings and making money off them, that money has to be used for paying the pastor, church maintenance, or standard church programs. And I'm using the word church, but this bill is written in a way to cover, synagogues, mosques, other religious organizations. My example is a church, but you'll see if you look at the context of the bill, it covers different religions as well. And the other thing it does is it tries to limit it. So if it's a large religious organization that has may have many parsonages, may have many buildings, they can't just start renting them all out to whoever and taking that money for anything. It's limited to one parsonage and one main church worship building. That way, not giving large organizations the ability to go wild with this. It limits it, but it helps small organizations as well. So with that, I'm open to any questions. Representative Alma, your microphone.
Sorry. Any questions, Representative Opal?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sounds good to say that. And thank you, Representative. We had a similar situation in Canaan, and I'm wondering, in the case of this church, they were renting, or they were using the parsonage for their music director, as opposed to the pastor who had his own home. And the assessor suggested that was contrary to the RSA, and should be taxed. I'm wondering, is there any definition anywhere in the statutes that defines standard religious programs?
I'm not sure, but that phraseology is used. I'd have to check, but I believe that phraseology is used somewhere else in the statutes, and that's why we used it. That's why the drafting attorney used it.
Follow up. I'm just to avoid situations like your own and the one we faced in Canaan. And perhaps there's maybe we could do some research on this. I would support this bill absolutely, but I'm wondering if there's, if not language in the RSAs, if there's court precedent or something that legislative services could.
Yes, I mean, that's a good point. I agree with you. We should make sure that it's solid, because if we're using that phraseology, we don't want it to be open to interpretation that can throw it off.
Well, I'm sorry, follow. Based on the situation in Canaan where the assessor was saying having the musical director living in the parsonage was somehow not standard, it's.
I think I'm stuck here until we have this.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, now that you've just said it that way, regardless of this, the fact that somebody other than the pastor can be in there would actually cover that. So I think in that case you'd be covered.
Any other questions? Representative Alberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Actually, two. One is a technical question, and that is there a fiscal note anywhere attached to this? Do we have any idea of fiscal impact?
There should be no fiscal impact, because this is town taxation.
Okay, thank you. And a separate question. In lines 5, 6, and 7, you talk about regularly recognized and constituted denomination. There are lots of very large religious organizations, and there are also some really tiny ones. Who does the recognizing? I mean, if I wanted to open, and I'm going to deliberately be silly here, if I wanted to open up a church to worship the oak tree in my backyard, and I got 20 people to say that sounds like a great idea. I mean, just how are we defining, or who is defining, what a regularly recognized?
It's a good question. I don't know who's defining it, but at the same time, going down that same example, you could potentially try to get a tax exemption for that. And so whatever governs that sort of situation would kind of be the same
Okay, thank you.
thing.
Representative Orris.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just say, I'm
Sure.
so used to calling up people. I almost said Senator Orange.
So I don't know if you have any experience with this, but having been an elder in the church, we had to present like the bulletin, a list of the itinerary, what the church functions were. So I would assume as an ongoing church fellowship, you have those sort of things. And I think by federal law, that's what's going to determine whether or not you're an ongoing, actually functioning church. Is that something, do you have any idea, recollection of that, or?
Well, we do have church bylaws that define how the church operates, what its structure is, and what its duties are in each area.
Yeah, because I believe federal law requires that periodically. Thank you.
Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding, I guess Salem's due diligence on how they determined that part of the property was revenue making, and did the assessor periodically just come by and different conditions for the church and the parsonage? I mean, how was it discovered? Did you report, or?
That's a good question. I don't remember. We've been actually paying this. It's been years. And what triggered this was, and I think one of the people testifying later is going to talk to, is that last year the assessor and assessors from several towns started assessing church property because they were making, and I'm not sure what this was based on, but they were, I know in Salem it was, if you had a church property and you weren't using anything out, and I don't remember the exact number now, but if you're not using the land outside of, let's say, 200 feet, and don't quote me on that,
Yeah.
then we'll tax everything outside that area. And that created a big problem in Salem. We went to the town council. There was a process to kind of reverse that, but that triggered the idea that why are we taxing some of these things we should be that are taxed? The answer to your question is I don't know how they discovered that, but you'd have the same, and so that could be the concern. My guess is your follow-up would be then, how are they going to know if the money's being used for paying the minister and so forth? But
Follow up.
it's the same issue of not knowing, is the pastor living there? So yeah, there's those sort of things that make it difficult to determine.
Okay,
Oh.
as a follow-up, I was just going to describe the fact that I am putting a bill in to do payment in lieu of taxes for nonprofits, but churches are exempt from that bill. So, but I just wanted to get it out there that this bill might be coming down the pike. Thank you.
Any further questions? I've got a couple of thoughts on this. First, in Grafton Town, there was a man who put up a church in a place that had been a church and declared it a church. And I can't remember, Representative Spar seems to remember this. I can't remember what the outcome of that was, but I know that it was contested for quite a while. But second, I really think we ought to set our researcher Gen 4 onto looking at how this has been handled in the past, and that it really is also a local issue. It should have had an L on it, and we ought to consult the municipal and county committee about it. And now I have spurred Representative.
Thank you. Excuse me for not having been here earlier. It was a family issue, medical. The question that I have is regarding this: an organization shall not claim more than one exemption under this subparagraph. I understand what you're trying to say, a particular parish. However, the parishes, both the Episcopalian Church and the Lutheran Church and the Catholic Church, and are all part of one larger organization, which has multiple churches. So how would that apply?
We may need to look at that, because we want to make sure that a large church that isn't made up of little parts doesn't take advantage of this. We're trying to, I think you understand the intent of it. So if there's some question with that, that's something we could study and work on.
Yeah, I was also remembering the Eastern Orthodox diocese has, or the Patriarchy has several churches in the state as well. So it covers a large number of mainstream churches as well as the individual smaller churches. So I do think that maybe some tweaking is needed, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, thoughts?
One
Well,
question.
One more question.
Thank you. Was there any, besides the assessor, did you approach any of the local folks, the select board or anything about this?
We, for the thing that happened last year, we brought it to the town council, and they directed the assessor to reconsider. Because this $4,000 that I just mentioned here that we pay every year, it had been, almost doubled. And so we did get that reversed. What I'm saying is it prompted me though to look back and say, why, look at this part of the law and say, yes, we can't afford to have a pastor live in this parsonage, but now that we're renting it out, we're being taxed on it, but we're actually still using the money to pay the pastor and for church maintenance.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, then I thank the representative for speaking and call on
Thank you.
former Representative Betty Gay.
I'm Betty Gay from Salem, former representative and a church member all my life, and now actually a member of two churches. It's federal law that a church usually has to use to prove that they are a 501c3. So the town doesn't usually have to figure that one out. This whole issue came up a couple of years ago when we had a substitute assessor who actually had been the assessor for Salem several years before, went off to greener pastures, and then came back as a, quote, temporary. Well, 2 years after he was there temporarily, he joined with, apparently he adopted the opinion by other assessors that you could make points if you could bring in more tax money. So they were stuck. This was a movement across the state. And if you know about it when it happened in your town, we could get an idea. When did that happen? But it's really recent, 2 years, 3 at the most. And he was a member of a church. And he was very unembarrassed to think that it was okay to tax churches. Because he very strictly interpreted the line here that's on line 5, directly for religious training or for other religious purposes by any regularly recognized and constituted denomination. So he went with the really strict interpretation that it's not religious to enjoy grounds around your building. When he was dealing with St. David's and Triumphant Cross, it was like at the edge of the building, that was taxable. And he went to every single church in town, walked it with the minister. Triumphant Cross was able to escape being taxed because they have a, what do you call, where you bury the urns, or you scatter the ashes. That was considered a cemetery. That's not taxable. So Triumphant Cross went, well, we missed that. St. David's rents out. It's a very small church, has wetland, has trees, has grass, and a small congregation. And he decided that you could tax wetlands and trees and a little bit of most of the grass, but you could save a little bit of the grass for people doing something outside. It was just to the point of ridiculous, saying that, outdoors had nothing to do with the ambiance, if that's the appropriate word, of being there. Grace Church has lots of trees, lots of wetlands right next door to Triumphant Cross that had the cemetery. They got taxed on all of it. And friends couldn't believe that they were taxing wetland of all things, So it was just to the point of ridiculous that churches were being taxed anyway. And in the case of the church that I grew up in, St. Michael's in Lamarck, Texas, the diocese decided, the Episcopal Church, the diocese decided that it was not a good idea to keep providing homes for the ministers because when they retired, they didn't have any property. So they changed over and said, you need to buy property. And I remember Mama telling me that the priest told her his hands shook because in those days, that was a long time ago, $1,000 was a lot to pay. And he said his hand shook as he wrote his $1,000 check every month. But that meant that a whole lot of churches ended up owning property that they still needed to pay the minister. But now, so they had the extra expense, and now, you know, you need the income from the property that you already invested in. So to me, this is just a really sensible way to address the issue that many, many churches have. You've invested in the property, you own it, but you need to pay your minister his housing allowance in cash. So why not take it from the property that you already own? To me, it's not fair at all that right now the churches are having to pay taxes on that property.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Would you take questions?
Oh, of course.
Are
I
there
welcome
any
questions because it's fun to talk. I miss being a rep.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen you on the internet quite a lot. Not as much lately. So there don't seem to be any questions. Thank you very much.
Just vote well.
We now have someone in opposition, Brad DeHace, I can't remember, DeShay, sorry, from the Municipal Association.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak today. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I am speaking in opposition to, this is House Bill 585. First, just as our general position, we are against the expansion of tax exemptions or credits that are mandated onto the municipalities, and this would do that, and especially when it's property that could have commercial uses or uses not in line with religious with the religious doctrine or charitable purposes claimed under RSA 72:23. That would be reported to the assessor or the contract assessor to the municipality. I also want to mention there was some discussion about assessors becoming, you know, a statewide movement as to being more strict in their application of RSA 72:23 for charitable and religious tax exemptions. This was born out of a decision made by the New Hampshire Board of Tax and Land Appeals, the BTLA, which exists with the authority under RSA 71-B:5. They're over on South Fruit Street, so about mile that way. So their decision is the reason why some assessors were a lot stricter with how they interpreted this. Some were a little bit looser. Some were so loose that it was not in line with the law. And the BTLA said, you need to be assessing these properties by statute. I will also mention there's a near identical bill, not entirely the exact verbiage, but essentially the same substance, and that would achieve nearly the same thing that was heard yesterday in front of municipal and county government. It's House Bill 425, and so that kind of creates some complexities where we have two bills trying to achieve very similar things, slightly different ways and slightly different operation, and I'm unsure how the two committees will be able to reconcile that. So that alone, you guys could report out and theoretically report out on what, two bills that are doing very similar things. Additionally, this bill would require additional reporting requirements for the property owners and assessors. The assessors currently, they can confirm if a pastor is residing in the residence because they'll go by to these churches or charities, religious organizations, and they will confirm, meeting with someone from the board of directors, hey, are you using this building for religious purpose? Are you having at least 2 religious events, religious ceremonies a year? And is there someone who is your pastor living in that parsonage? So the assessors do that. They have to fulfill that to make sure that it's all reported correctly to the Department of Revenue Administration. They require that. My third point is the term funding for, and then specifically the term, quote, standard religious programs is not used anywhere, at least in RSA 72:23, and it's not defined, which is kind of where this issue is coming from, why the BTLA has had to make additional rulings on this, is because of additional language the legislature keeps adding that's vague and tough for them to interpret. What is a standard religious program? To one assessor, it might mean one thing. To another, it might mean another thing. And to the BTLA, who will ultimately have to make some kind of quasi-judicial decision, they would end up determining that rather than the legislature. So it's usually best when laws are written well-defined, so then we don't have to go through a patchwork process. The assessors themselves, they don't like that. I'll also mention that to the point of renting out these properties, charitable organizations and nonprofits, they don't usually, they start turning a property for like a commercial use or renting it out, that's outside of their religious doctrine or their charitable purpose. That will make it so they're no longer tax exempt. What a lot of organizations do is they have a suggested donation, but they can't provide services or fees, as part of their duties unless it's mentioned, some kind of specific charitable purpose that they have that's tied to why they were established. And with a religious organization, their tax exemption is usually tied to a specific religious doctrine or an organization that has a religious doctrine. So if you're a Baptist church, you might be part of the League of Southern Baptist Churches, or so you can point to that religious doctrine. That's what you're operating under. I'll also mention the term on section line, more than one worship building. So one worship building, that could mean an organization could rent their building 6 days a week for non-religious uses, which is outside of their religious doctrine or their charitable purpose that's established under 72:23. So, for a lot of those operational issues and the fact that there are 10 bills trying to change, whether or not charitable or religious organizations, how they're taxed. The current standard is if the land and the building qualifies as the charitable purpose of the organization or the religious purpose for the religious organization that's claiming the tax exemption, then they get it. All other property that they own that isn't being utilized actively by the organization, that's subject to tax because it's not falling under the qualifications for 72:23. So sorry to throw out a lot of technical things to you. I know that's a lot, but I think it's important that you have that context because we've shared it with municipal and county government yesterday on about 4 different bills.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to start, Representative Ulrich?
Thank you for taking my question. I was just reviewing the IRS regulations on churches, which they consider a church automatically if they declare to be a part of the blah, blah, 501c3. Their line for extraneous property is that it's got to be a business or a trade. It's got to be continually used for that purpose, and that the income derived from that purpose does not substantially support the church. Are you saying that New Hampshire's taxation laws differ so radically that a property can be exempt from federal regulation paying taxes as a 501c3, but then have to pay a local property tax?
I am not aware of the IRS code and I haven't reviewed it. I'm following the state statute and how the state statute, how the BTLA has told assessors to assess charitable or religious property is, and what the court standards have been numerous cases, probably at least 10 over the last 30 years, is property that's exempt is only that's being used for the charitable or the religious purpose. So the building and any other kind of property that might be contiguous to that building that's utilized, so like a parking lot, all other property that's outside of that does fall under the assessment. And what's happened is some assessors have decided to say the entire lot, the entire property is not subject to assessment, and the BTLA has said that that is an incorrect interpretation of 72:23, that it's only, at least according to the statute, it's only that property actively being used for the charitable purpose or the religious purpose.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, oh, yes, Representative Spar.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bolton.
Is there so if you, as a church, are investing in any sort of investment, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, that is exempt from federal taxable income, correct?
I can't speak to the federal statutes of how their investable income would
Okay.
be taxed.
I think it is. And I guess that was my question. I guess the property tax is localized. So you're saying that is something that the local jurisdiction can choose to tax or not that entity.
The local jurisdiction doesn't get a choice. The legislature has.
In this bill would not have a choice, right?
No. In current statute, the legislature determines how property is assessed, and the legislature says only the reading of the statute as interpreted by the BTLA, what they've told the assessors is that it's only property. So on the lot, it's only that real property that's actively being used for a charitable or religious purpose. Any other property that is even on the same lot or contiguous lots, that's subject to property taxation. It's part of the assessment for the town.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative, I didn't realize your light was on, Representative Orrs, and then Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So it sounds to me like the BTLA needs to get out of this arena unless they're gonna go do their homework. It sounds to me like this is a witch hunt against the churches, mosques, synagogues. Do you agree?
I wouldn't agree with that characterization. They're trying to interpret what is a complicated statute that even assessors have had varying interpretations, and they need
Follow
to.
up?
Oh.
Representative Orrs, I think that question is out of order.
Don't you think that the BTLA needs to learn what the federal laws before they enact laws that are outside federal law?
Representative Orrs.
Yes, ma'am.
He has said, and it is true, that our law in local issues supersedes is different from the federal law and has its own place.
I respectfully disagree, but that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to clarify, Madam Chairwoman, that I'm not disagreeing with whether or not how the federal statutes interplay here. I'm saying this is a lot more complicated, and the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, their job is to, when appeals come before them from property owners about whether or not they should be assessed or not, because sometimes there are disputes between the governing bodies that oversee the assessment, which would be a Board of Selectmen of a Board of Assessors. It goes to the BTLA, and it's up to them. They take on a quasi-judicial role, similar to a superior court, where they basically make a ruling over how the statutes to be interpreted. And it's the legislature who determines what statutes exist for them to interpret. And if there's vagueness in the statute, to make sure there's uniformity, they make an interpretation, a ruling, and inform the assessors and the municipalities.
Thank you. That's a very good explanation of what has been occurring for a very long time in this state. Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding other nonprofits like hospital grounds or the university, they have basically acres and acres of like woods.
Mm-hmm.
Might that fall in that, or they're under a separate statute?
I won't speak to the state university system because they might fall under a separate statute, just because of the uniqueness of how the legislature's established the system. And sometimes the legislature, there are some sections of Chapter 72 where they're like, for example, there's a specific section that I haven't reviewed recently about granges. So sometimes there are some unique classifications, but when it comes to like a hospital that was established for a charitable purpose, which there are many hospitals that are nonprofits that are established for charitable purpose, the land that they're utilizing and the building that they have for that charitable purpose, that is tax exempt. But the other land, so if you have a hospital and they use 2 acres of their land for their physical plant, their hospital, their parking, etc., that is not taxed because it's charitable purpose. But if they had 98 other acres of a 100-acre lot, that would be taxed. They could put it in current use if they wanted to, etc. But that does have to be, it comes under the assessment.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ben, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any way you could put this in writing? Since this is the first time our committee has had to deal with this.
I do have some written testimony on a separate bill that'll be coming to you guys. I would
Oh.
really prefer that the Department of Revenue Administration provide this committee with its legal expertise and guidance. I mean, the Municipal Association, we're here to represent the municipality's interests. The Department of Revenue Administration, at least, my opinion is they should be providing you with the legal guidance of the interplay with the BTLA, the federal statutes that the vice chairman mentioned. I mean, this is, there's a lot of moving parts, and they have experts who should understand the interplay between these moving parts and provide written guidance. So I can, if there is no additional, and the committee feels as if it needs it to move forward. So, but I would really prefer to defer to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for or against this bill? And then I'm going to close the hearing on this bill.
I'm a civilian too. I'm a civilian. First of all, we were paying $20 they'd be paying already for insurance. This thing is going to take 2 times the 20 million.
Okay, the time being 12 past 11, get started on HB 688. So I'll open the public hearing on HB 688 and recognize Representative Ohm.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to talk about HB 688. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Bill Ohm of Nashua, Hillsborough 10. I'd like to talk about the situation we have in Nashua relative to the new property that's coming in for expanded gambling, namely at the Sears Casino. And the situation we currently have is that our former Sears store, which is a fairly large box store, 180,000 square feet, is now being built out into a casino. If you pull out the assessor cards, you find that the current assessment of the property is $16 million. And that's varied between about 10 million and 16 million over the past 10 years. Vacant, used for retail, but currently about 16 million. The new tax rate in Nashua is $15.90 per thousand. So the property tax that would be realized to the city of Nashua for the property at the current assessment is about $300,000. Now, would there be any reason to have that assessment changed by the tax assessor? I think the owner can argue that, well, I've got the same square footage, 180,000 square feet. I have the same open space. It's the same business district. It's the same building. It's not new construction. I've blown out a new entrance in the back to the side that faces Tingsboro, Massachusetts, where there used to be a fire door. Now it's going to be a main entrance. But I think you can argue that the assessor from the city of Nashua will be tough to assess it at a higher rate given the parameters of the current situation. Same building, same size, same square footage. So what's the problem? Well, it problem's the use of that building, in my opinion. And I back that up by handing out a 20-year study called Casinos, Crime, and Community Costs, which is all in your handout. And this tries to look at what's happened to counties in the United States when a casino has been introduced compared to other counties where they've not had casinos. So they took a look at these 3,165 counties all over the U.S. and looked at the 178 of those counties that have Class 3 gaming devices, slot machines. And what do we find? Well, if you go through the summary of this report, which looks at all the studies that have been collecting data on crime and community costs, they conclude that the crime in casino counties is very low after the opening. There's people who've got new jobs. There's some additional commercial activity that goes into these casinos, these counties that have casinos. And that's sometimes a net benefit for the first year or so. However, after years 3 and 4, there appears to be a defined interest of crime going up attributed to the casinos. And that particularly starts with increased robbery after the first year, increased aggravated assault after years 3, and burglary and larceny increases after years 4. So what's the cost to the city that hosts these properties? The study I have before you analyzes that cost and determined that the cost per adult in these communities is $75 per adult for the impacts of crime in the city. And that fee, that cost of $75 was in 1996. If you adjust it for inflation, it's doubled in 2025 dollars. So I'd estimate that the cost to Nashua for a casino of this size is about $150 per adult in 2025 dollars. Nashua currently has 91,000 residents. Roughly 71% are adults. I'm saying 2/3 for simple calculation. So if we have 2/3 of the adults facing an average cost of $150, that's about a $9 million expense to the city of Nashua for hosting a casino. And I suggest that if we're going to have this kind of expense to host this kind of property, that the city that's hosting it should have some sort of mitigation. Now, prior bills that have come before Ways and Means, which had a very comprehensive casino analysis and mitigation, typically have mitigation to the host cities of the cost of hosting this particular enterprise. And that typically is about 3% of the gross slot machine revenue to the host communities, with another 1% going to the abutting communities, and a final 1% going to the host county. Now, at the present time, we have no such mitigation to the host casinos. We don't have a casino bill. We have a historic horse racing bill that evolved out of charitable gaming, which has done quite well. But now it's been morphed into a full-blown casino, and we don't have a casino bill. So my proposal here is one Band-Aid until we can get a full casino bill to get some mitigation to the city and towns that are hosting these properties. And if you add my proposal up and say that, well, we have a new tax, which is a enterprise tax for the use of the property as a casino. We have the standard real estate tax, which is perhaps $300,000, maybe more on the build out. But the local community will be able to add a enterprise tax, which I've defined as up to twice the assessed property value. And if we have a enterprise tax of twice the assessed value, that may be another $600,000 for a total tax to the city of Nashua of $1 million. And that's really a small portion of the tax that would be anticipated had we had a casino bill that would give 3% of the gross revenue to the host cities and towns. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Representative Almy.
Thank you. Susan Elmy, City of Lebanon, and I just wanted to provide some information which is irrelevant to the actual subject of this bill, but which is due to where it was placed in our RSAs. This section, RS 872 1, is actually the resident tax. For those of you who are not in New Hampshire, by, I think it was somewhere around 1980s? No, yeah. On every single adult in New Hampshire had to pay $10 to their local government in order to be able to vote. Whatever year that was, the U.S. Supreme Court or the state government itself figured out, okay, this is unconstitutional. But I think it was probably the U.S. Supreme Court, because we were, they left the statute on the books. They took out some pieces of it. It is still there. I would suggest that if we are going to pass anything like this, which I also co-sponsored, because I've been through how much it cost to allow a major casino in your state, which we now have too many of. This section 71A be totally wiped out and replaced with this instead of adding it. And if not, that we put a bill in next year to get rid of the resident tax, which has not been collected since the 80s and which is unconstitutional. And that's all I wanted to say about it, except that I agree that all of the bills that we dealt with before for major casinos, and we dealt with a lot of them, on required a lot more payment to to the city or town that was hosting it, and to the county usually. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Representative Almy? Seeing none, thank you. And now I want to bring up former state rep Pat Abrami. Welcome back to Ways and Means.
Again,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I wasn't planning on coming today, but then I read this bill and I went, wow. That's all I can say, wow. First off, I did look up the statute that it's under. I'll just follow on to what Representative Almy is saying. It's 72:1, which way back when charged $10 a resident. Anybody from 18 to 65, this tax. And I don't think anybody ever adopted it, but it's on the books, correct? It's on the books. So this new tax, I will call it, the enterprise tax. So first I thought, well, maybe there's other maybe there are other businesses being charged this enterprise tax. There's no such thing as the enterprise tax. This is being created by this bill, okay? So, and the wow is, when you read the text of the bill, first off, I use the example, I guess Representative Ohm used the example of what's called the Nash at $15 million. I use an example of 20 million. Let's say the assessed value is 20 million, and let's say it's $20 per 1,000. So that facility would be paying 400,000 in property taxes. By the way, more than enough to cover any extra police coverage or anything like that. But this bill says that we will tax 2 times the assessed value, not at the rate, the actual assessed value. Now, please correct me if I have it wrong, but that would mean that facility worth assessed at 20 million would have to pay 40 million a year in this tax. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If you've read the bill, do I have that wrong? I don't think I do. So, which is totally totally unrealistic. So, and unfair, because here's the unfair part, is why are we just picking on casinos? What charitable gaming facilities? I mean, here we go. We're going to create a tax just for charitable gaming facilities? That doesn't make sense at all. Let's say it passed. Then you can have people in these towns going, because it's a municipal tax, they're going to say, well, let's tax the movie theaters, or let's tax something else, just because. And I don't think this would pass the muster of the Supreme Court anyway, because it's really picking and choosing winners and losers here. We have similar bills that are not that come before Ways and Means over the years. The big one has always been Portsmouth and Hampton filing a bill to add like a $2 room tax on top of the room and meals tax. And we've always killed those bills here, always killed them. I think in many respects on a bipartisan basis, because again, it's a slippery slope. If we start taxing that, we're going to tax something else, and we don't. In New Hampshire, we don't do these things. As far as, I just want to read. We addressed the issue of. I'm going to go to my report, the charitable gaming report from the commission. In recommendation 16, because I actually brought up that, right now, these facilities are only charged a fee of $750 a year to renew their license. Okay, even for me, it seemed a little low. But here's what I'm going to read the text of what the discussion was in the committee. The question was, should we recommend increasing the current 750 annual license for a fee assessed to each facility that is licensed? The discussion was, the annual license fee of 750 has not changed since 2015. There was a recognition through discussion that this fee was never designed to cover full cost of regulation, since most of the cost is covered by the 10% gross gaming revenue received by the state for table games and the 16.77% received from HHR. There was some discussion about a tiered fee structure based on size of facility, and I brought that up. Again, there was a recognition that the larger the facility, that the more revenues, that there will be more revenues generated for the state, a portion of which is utilized for regulation. With this discussion, here's the recommendation. It was decided not to recommend increasing annual facility fee at this time. Then there was another question, which was number 5. And here's the question. The commission shall examine whether host communities should share in the proceeds of any charitable gaming establishment. So this goes more to what this is being proposed. And here's the discussion. The legislature this past session voted to allow hosting municipalities to receive up to 10 dates of sponsorship if no charities could be found to utilize these dates. At this juncture, it appeared, and this was, when I say this year, it was a year or two ago. Okay, now, at this juncture, it appears that no municipalities have received dates because those dates are precious and the charities are taking up the dates. The discussion then concerned whether these facilities should be paying municipalities for police coverage more than a restaurant or a bar. These facilities already pay property taxes like every other business. It was also pointed out that all these facilities already have paid security to protect the public, which they do. And not to mention cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere in these facilities. So here's the recommendation of the commission. The consensus of the commission is that other than the current statute that would allow municipalities to utilize the unused charity days, no action on this issue needs to be taken at this time. So the commission, we've looked at this, we've addressed this, and again, my conclusion is that this enterprise tax is new. It's picking on one industry, what is not really fair, and not only that, it's exorbitant in terms of the way the bill is written, in terms of what that tax would be, and that's the end of my conclusion.
Thank you. Do I have questions? Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, Honorable Representative. Going to lines 2, 3, 4 of this bill, maybe I'm missing something here. When you mentioned if the property was assessed at $20 million, it would be a $40 million tax. Are you saying, are you talking the entire property? Because as I keep reading, I have a comma, to be known as enterprise tax shall be assessed on every historic racing and charitable gaming facility. So you're talking the entire facility.
Yes.
And
it's not my bill.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure I understand that it's including the machines on the inside, right?
Yes, that's the way I interpret it.
The physical facility itself.
That's the way I interpret it.
And a tax amounting to 2 times. All right. I just wanted to make sure I was reading this.
Yeah, I'll read it out loud. A tax amounting to 2 times the assessed property value of an enterprise, to be known as the enterprise tax, shall be assessed on every historic racing and charitable gaming facility as governed by RSA 284 with 100 or more machines. Okay, there's a little subtlety here on 100 or more. So we're saying that you have to have at least, first off, it says machines. I went to 284. there's no definition of machine that says it's a historic racing machine. So if this bill were to be brought forward, you should adjust that to say charitable gaming machines, because that's what they mean. But it's saying, so this is really targeting the larger facilities, the way I read it. It's the ones that have, well, I mean, I think the new Nashua, the Nash is gonna have like 1,200 historic racing machines, something like that. So 100 is modest number, but again, some of the facilities, like I said yesterday, do not have historic racing, so this wouldn't apply to them either. So anyway, did I answer this question, Tom? Okay.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Some of the testimony we heard was relative to past legislative efforts to have full-blown full-blown casino gaming in New Hampshire. Do you happen to remember how many pieces of legislation? And coupled with that was a component for the localities.
Yep.
I believe it was 3%. How many times that came in front of the legislature?
So I was legislator for 12 years, and in the early years, we have a bill every other year, probably. And my friend, and I say my friend, Senator D'Alessandro, who just retired, he would bring those bills to us every year. And the last time he came, this is a story I'll tell. He came, he presented it, he pounded the table. I'll come back every year unless you guys passed this is real casinos, not charitable gaming. You stamped, if those were here, remember this. And I'm going to come back again. And then he came and the bill didn't pass out of committee. I ran into Lou in the hallway a day later. He says, Pat, how'd my bill do? I said, Lou, you testified, and then 10 people testified against, and nobody testified for. I said, you were the general charging the hill, but you had no troops behind you. So, and after that, he never filed a bill again. So I would say 3 or 4 times. That's a long way of saying that. There's been 3 or 4 bills over the years. We, in the House, rejected them over and over again.
Follow up.
So it failed a few times, and now we have the model that we have right now. So let me just ask you, this is by definition a new tax, and it's basically opening the floodgates for a locality to tax any and all enterprise.
Yes, it's setting a
cracks that
precedent.
seal.
It's setting a precedent.
Thank you.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again.
I didn't have a chance to say hello to you yesterday, Jordan.
I know. As a former vice chair, you're aware of the House rule regarding constitutionality and the vice chair's role on that.
Right.
Therefore, would you please send me your comments since you raised the question regarding that, so that we can do what we got to do. I get to do what I got to do. That's first question for you. If you could do that, please.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Secondly, if this tax were to be applied to corporations as written, is it your opinion that most of the large charitable gaming organizations would just disappear from New Hampshire?
I don't know if they would disappear. They have some options, and especially with the machines, they can control. There's a range in which the payouts are allowed, and they can make them pay out less so that they can retain more revenue. That's one potential if they wanted to keep their net revenue at a level that's reasonable. The other thing that bothers me a bit is that we have all these, yes, there's a lot of outside companies now coming in. They're investing millions and millions in renovating these facilities. These malls that are dying, there's 2. The other one is Rockingham. There's another group that's coming in and wants to put a casino in the old Rockingham. It's one of the other big stores. So in a way, they're kind of helping save these malls. They're helping by putting these facilities in there. So, I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it,
Follow up, sir.
Follow up?
So your comment, your suggestion would be, given the testimony we just heard yesterday regarding how many charitable organizations rely upon both charitable gaming, table gaming itself, as well as historic horse racing, this would have a deleterious effect on the services that they provide to citizens. Is that correct?
yes, because what I was trying to say is that there's some wiggle in terms of the percentage payout of the historic racing machines, like in any jurisdiction. The statute is very clear on what the range is, and they try to keep it that the payouts are higher so that people want to play. You put them too low, people don't want to play because they're not winning. So there's a magic number somewhere that they shoot for. I mean, in Vegas, not that I'm an expert on Vegas, but in Vegas, there's a lot of competition, right? And they're all competing for, and people who play these machines a lot look for the facility that pays off the best. So I'm just, this is a supposition on my part that this is one thing that they could possibly do to make up the lost revenue. If I had to pay $40 million a year, that's going to eat into my profits. And your question is, will that impact the charities? I think indirectly it could, because they'll change the formula so that they get better payouts as well. So,
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my questions.
yeah, thank you.
And again, I'm still trying to formulate because there's a lot of stuff going on here. I asked at another hearing, I believe I asked the gaming commissioner about, are there any casinos in the state that are hurting? And the response was no.
Right.
You mentioned your concern about this potential enterprise tax being a role of the municipalities potentially being able to pick and choose what kind of businesses they might want to do that.
Right.
And that municipalities could potentially get dates, only there aren't any because the casino owners, apparently there doesn't seem to be any other decision-making authority. The casino owners pick and choose whom they're giving their dates to. So municipalities are effectively blocked out by the decision of the casinos.
They're blocked. Can I just answer that part of the
Yes,
question? Yeah, they're blocked out because there are so many charities online wanting to. That bill was ill-conceived that created that. I mean, it was like, I don't know. I wasn't here when that passed, but it said we'll give the municipalities 10 days. They really want 10 days available. I mean, every single day is absorbed by a charity. So I just read that just so you know that there was an attempt to be made, and that one didn't work. Okay.
I'm wondering though if your objection to this potential tax is that it's a municipality getting to pick and choose, how it is that it seems to be okay for the casinos to pick and choose to whom they're going to give their days,
Oh, okay.
so that the municipalities
Right.
don't have a shot
Right.
at it.
The picking and choosing part is still up for grabs in terms of this next commission. If you read we were made a recommendation, we listed a whole bunch of issues that need to further be addressed. And one of them was, who gets to pick the charities? It's always been in statute that the facilities get to pick the charities. They have to first go to the lottery to be approved that they're a real charity and all of that. And they have to be a charity for a year or two. I forget what it is, maybe a year. We just want people saying I'm a charity now and saying I want to open 2 years. It's 2 years. Thank you. So, so I think I answered your question, but it's
More or less. Thank you.
Representative Ulrich.
And thank you, Representative Elberg. stimulated a question, Marvin. I remember the discussions that we had regarding the operation of the various charities, and one. Correct me if I'm wrong, and a little hazy on that because didn't attend the commission meetings like you did. But aren't the organizations that run these casinos and these gaming rooms, aren't they required by law to be profitable?
That I can't remember that.
Well, in order to maintain,
I think well, it's free enterprise. If they're not profitable, they're going to go out of business. So we certainly have a free enterprise model here. That's what's led to having 14 licenses. Now, the legislature 2 years ago or last year, I guess, put a cap on. We have 14 licenses, and they've approved another 5 for another. So you can go up to 19 facilities. But that's just for the historic racing license part of it. It's not a license, but approval for historic racing. So right now we have a cap on the number of facilities at 19 for at least 5 years. But yes, all of them seem to be profitable. We have somebody from lottery here who could address that if you really want that question answered.
thank you.
More current, with more current information.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Alicia Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alicia Preston. I represent the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association. I'll be brief because Representative Brahmi really hit on a lot of our points. We are here to oppose this bill. We know of no other industry in the state of New Hampshire where a municipality is allowed to tax one industry in particular. We also think the discussion of this increased cost of charitable gaming being housed in the community is no different than any increased cost of a sporting event, a concert venue, a bar, a restaurant. I live at Hampton Beach. We have 2 of these charitable casinos, and we have numerous music venues and bars, and I assure you the municipal services required are far less at the 2 casinos than many of the other businesses at Hampton Beach. Just like all properties in New Hampshire, charitable gaming facilities pay property taxes. Every one of the operating facilities have spent a lot of money improving them over the last several years, which has increased their value and then increased the money, obviously, they're paying to the municipality. And let's not forget, in situations like this, there are no children in the school system from the property taxes they're paying. So for those reasons, we are opposing this legislation.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So just making the obvious, so I would assume that they're paying business enterprise tax, business profits tax?
They're paying that, and of course, they're paying the tax that comes out to the charities and the state revenue in the money they make and the profit they have.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Both you and Representative Brahmi had brought up a point I thought was interesting, and I just want to make sure I understand. You're telling this committee you believe it's wrong for a tax scheme to tax one industry or one kind of company differently than others. Is that correct?
I believe the state of New Hampshire should not be allowing municipalities to tax one industry over another, yes.
What about the state?
Well, I mean, the state does in different industries. The charitable gaming is taxed differently than a restaurant, right? There's rooms and meals tax, but that's from a state construct as opposed to municipality. Like I said, I know of no other industry that allows the state allows a municipality to tax on their own.
Thank
you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We have DRA here and we have lottery here. I have a pink card. I'm assuming, Lauren, you only, if people have questions, or is there something you want to say? Okay, please come up. Yeah.
Good morning, members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Lauren O'Sullivan, and I am the Senior Financial Analyst at the Department of Revenue. As with all bills, we do not have a position on this bill, but we are coming here today with some of our interpretation, and we want to make sure we understand what the bill is trying to do. And I was listening to some of the testimony we heard so far, and I think it answered some of our questions. But one thing that we were concerned with was that the term assessed property value was not defined in this bill. And we weren't sure whether this refers to the enterprise property value as reported by the city or town on the PA 28, the inventory of taxable property pursuant to RSA Chapter 74, or tax liability for property that would otherwise exist. So and it sounds like what I heard that was based on what the property taxes assessed for that charitable gaming commission facility. So we would just need to maybe have that clarified because there were 3 different interpretations on what that would have meant. Also, within our reading, we saw this was supposed to be an optional tax, but to me at least it read that you have to elect to opt out of the enterprise tax. So if the intent was to opt in or opt out, maybe amend some of that language to make that clearer. And also, one thing that is missing from the bill, so in order for the DRA to assess the 100 machines at the casinos, we don't necessarily have the rulemaking authority to allow the development of how to assess that. And open to any other questions.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Ulrich.
Thank you for taking my question, or questions. It was questioned earlier whether or not BET, BPT, meals and rooms, etc., are paid by the casinos. Is that a correct?
That's correct.
They do pay.
Yep.
I'll follow up. Do you have a list of roughly how much money in total? I don't want to break it down by locale, but in total that generates in taxes to the state, revenue to the state.
I don't have that available right now. I'm not entirely sure if I have enough to break that out, but we can get back to you with that answer if we can provide it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I see we have lottery here. Does anyone have questions? They weren't necessarily going to speak, but does anyone have questions of lottery? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to testify on HB 688 before I close the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 688. And that concludes this morning's hearings. So our next hearing is at 1 o'clock. We'll hear HB 737.
Field trip.
The time being, excuse me, the time being 1:04. We'll open the public hearing on HB 737. And we'll welcome Representative Springer.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be back with this great body, great committee once again. My name is Jerry Stringham. I'm the state representative from Lincoln, Woodstock, Easton, and Livermore, and I'm pleased to introduce House Bill 737, creating local options for games of chance. Standing in for the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Boyd, who's under the weather but on the mend today, and happy to bring the bill forward. House Bill 737 is not a gambling bill, but a local option zoning bill. I'm not a gambler myself, but I believe this matter requires local control, particularly now since these game centers have historic horse racing machines in them, potentially something much more analogous to slot machines. This bill brings similar local rights relating to casinos that are already in place for Keno, the local option through the local warrant article process. This bill was initiated last term when a casino wanted to come into the North Country, and a group of constituents came to us to bring forward local option when their attempt to deal with a casino through zoning was declared invalid due to the Dillon rule. In committee, the casino lobby agreed to a local option concept and helped develop language that was acceptable to both the casinos and the local option proponents. The casino interests have been very reasonable and helpful in developing of this bill. The constituents have been diligent with this joint work. It should be noted that the bill that we're talking about from last term passed the House with 85% support, and a very similar bill passed the Senate, but was tripped up in the committee of conference process. So we're back here this term with virtually an identical bill. The local option design of this bill conserves the investment made by the casino operators already involved and only brings an exit vote if the casino has been abandoned. Your copy says 2 years. There's a longer period, such as for 5 to 10, is also under consideration. The local option would give local municipalities a voice in their process of whether having a casino in their town or city it would be appropriate. Why should local option be enacted for the casinos? Simply, we already do it for Keno, something much simpler, less potential harm, less all-encompassing than something like a casino. Casino can be a large presence in the community economically and has impact on the business sector, and certainly something that the local people will want to have an option on. Certainly the risks of addiction and other implications for the local town warrant their input. These large influences and risks are the reasons for local consent for permitting casinos into the municipality. There's others here that are willing, as you said. There's been a lot of work done on the previous biennium on this, and that received overwhelming House support. And I think you'll be comfortable doing the same with a couple of minor tweaks. that you may feel appropriate. So I'll just leave it at that and let others here who have done more work on this than I have speak as well. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'll invite former state rep Pat Abrami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you're probably tired of seeing me, but this is going to be a change. I'm actually here to support this bill. And Representative Stringham is very modest. He was a member of Ways and Means years ago when I was here as well. So the commission addressed this. I'm going to start with this, and like I've been doing on all these, I'm going to read it. It was recommendation 24. The question was, should we add the statute, a local option, given the citizens of the municipalities the ability to weigh in on whether charitable gaming be allowed in their communities with all existing facilities, or those 5 applications under consideration being grandfathered in and exempt from the statute. And the discussion went like this: all municipalities in which lottery products are sold, Keno, and brick and mortar sites for sports betting. So all lottery sites, Keno, and brick and mortar sports betting facilities are all opt-in. Opt-in. This is an opt-out bill. So I'm going to get back to this in a minute, but they're opt-in. New Hampshire statutes are silent on this for charitable gaming locations. The legislature tried, and as Representative Stringham mentioned, the legislature tried this session, meaning last year, to establish an opt-out provision, which passed both the House and the Senate, it was said, and failed in the conference committee on a technicality. And this is what the recommendation is. The commission recommends that the legislature pass a local option bill that would impact any future proposed charitable gaming facility that will exempt all existing facilities that exist or that are planned. And as I've been mentioning, there are technically 14 licenses out there right now, plus 5 that are in the pipeline. So that's what I'm talking about, those 19 that one of them is, well, I'll just say it that way. So I support this. My only twist on this is that I would prefer it to be an opt-in because of what I just said. All of lottery is opt-in, and this is kind of a lottery thing. So I would still support it if it was opt-out, but it's an opt-in. I think it would be the preferred way to do it. And in terms of the bill, the only other concern I had was that we were protecting those existing facilities. And on the first page of the bill, on lines 27 to 30, it reads, any vote by a municipality to prohibit games of chance within its boundaries shall not apply to the games of chance operator licensed by the Lottery Commission or by applicant who has applied for the games of chance operator license prior to the date of the petition. So that would be the 14 plus the 5. I'm not quite sure what it is now, but that's what it was last year. So I support it. I prefer an opt-in, but it's up to you folks if you want to do an opt-in or an opt-out. But again, just remember, the rest of lottery is opt-in. And I'll give you one example. Keno, and by the way, in the Keno bill that I supported way back when, I insisted that there be an opt-in provision in the statute back then. And when you talk to Charlie McIntyre, executive director of lottery, he gets called from Portsmouth every once in a while and say, "Come on in, talk to the town, it's a city council members," and he goes, "I've gone there 3 or 4 times, and they always vote it down." So it's reasonable. I've never supported this before because there was never this option for a facility here in the state, even before we did historic racing. And and I used to say during historic racing, we're adding a new game. We're not adding a new facility. We're adding a new game. And that, so if you want to have a provision, it should be on the facility, not on the game that's being played. So, anyway. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Representative Ulrich.
Thank you for taking my question. When such a restriction is put on businesses, I'm thinking New York and taxi cab medallions, which is similar, where they limit who can participate in that. The value becomes artificially high to the point that you eliminate competition to only those who are most wealthy in order to participate. Would not this type of legislation do exactly the same thing? And I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
I mean, we have plenty of examples of opt-in and opt-out in our statutes right now. Tattoo parlors, porn shops, I mean, to say other things that they're opt-in or opt-out, and communities have a say on what kind of establishments they want. So there's a lot of precedent for that. So I think the precedent's already set that you can restrict if the town decides to restrict. If you want to think in a libertarian way, yeah, it restricts certain businesses, but again, it's up to the town to decide that.
And the corollary to that is when you restrict one of these charitable gaming instances, as we learned yesterday, and you were present for most of well, probably all the testimony, almost all of it, it restricts the ability of those charities to provide needed services to their clientels because they're limited as to where they can operate, perhaps not getting the same return for their investment at the different facilities because of the location. I mean, it's easier to go to Sears in the Pheasant Lane Mall than it is to go to
Right.
a mall in Milford off of 101.
So we had a representative from the Attorney General's office who sat at the commission with us. And when we were discussing this, he said that there are certain kinds of things that are a privilege to do versus not a privilege to do. I don't know if I'm using the right term, and he says casinos are one of those things, that was his guidance to us, okay? His guidance was that this was legal to restrict.
Well, understood. And yes, it is a privilege, as opposed to a right. However, the question was regarding the generation of revenue. If, for example, just the Nash or whatever the hell it's going to be called, is blocked by zoning regulations. I suppose they could do it in the parking lot and do it in Massachusetts, but is blocked by zoning regulations, whereas 10 miles away at a lesser facility and with fewer days available for any particular charity, would not the charities that are involved in this lose revenue because of this type of selective zoning?
Well, again, that's a whole nother issue, which I'm glad you brought it up. Many towns do restrict through zoning. Salem does that. Salem says it's on Route 27. The chair can probably explain it better than I or Representative Doucette. A long time ago, they zoned, without this legislation, they zoned certain portions of the town that it's okay to have charitable gaming. So that mechanism is already available to towns if they want to do it that way.
Follow. Yes, Hudson has an area and has, as part of its zoning code, SOB businesses can only, sexually oriented businesses can only occur, it's a good acronym, SOB, for that particular industry, can only occur in an industrial area. That is allowing the business to operate, but restricting as to where it can operate. This is restricting the ability of an industry to exist.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you, but again, we have plenty of precedent for this. Um, and we've heard plenty of testimony from some folks I think are going to be testifying today about where their community was dead against having, I think the Representative Stringham brought it up, the North Country example, where the town really didn't want this, and it's going to happen. And it's the character of the town. They felt that their town, a small, pristine town, didn't want to have this. Not like a city. Salem's big. Hudson's pretty big. Again, we're splitting hairs, I think, a little bit on this. I think, we have restrictions for all other lottery, including, here's a funny story if you want one. I mean, when the lottery first, all the lottery games first came about, and some of you know the story. It was an opt-in, so towns opted in, opted in, and then years went by, and a lot of towns didn't opt in because there was no convenience store in town. There was no facility to sell those tickets, the scratch tickets or whatever. Then all of a sudden, the lottery discovers, like 10 years later, these towns are asking for licenses to open. No, wait a minute, your town hasn't voted yet. So even with the lottery itself, it's been restricted for years, and we were the first lottery states, right? So again, most towns have adopted opt-in now for lottery games, but I think the casinos are, the charitable gaming locations are different for a lot of towns. And as long as we're not interfering with the ones who are grandfathered in, I'm okay with this bill. I mean, you and I can argue back and forth on this, but,
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I'm not going to go into past history here, but there is in here, and I don't know if a future person testifying is going to talk to it, both the games of chance that are much less damaging and provide less money, and the historic horse racing machines that provide most of the money are in there together. It looks like you have to okay both of them at the same time. In my community, anti-gambling community, we had a lot of people saying, well, a poker parlor is fine. It's not going to cause any problems. And it didn't cause any problems until the machines came in. But putting it together so that you have to ban both of them rather than choose seems to me unnecessary.
Okay, my understanding is that it's the employee. What was the license called? The employee. Alicia, what is that called? Employee operator employer license. That's what's being restricted. The operator employer license. Now, if the language doesn't say that, that's really what it is, and that creates the facility in the location. So that's my understanding of it. And I'm trying to find where in the statute you are referring to. Can you give me a number?
I'm referring to lines, I think section D and section C. Line 17 and 20. There have to be two questions. One for the games of chance, one.
Could you put your microphone on?
There on section C and section D in the bill on page 1, lines 17 to 22, requires two questions, it looks like. one of them is prohibiting games of chance. The second one is, shall we provide, oh no, wait a minute, this is quite different. But it does seem, I mean, we.
No, I didn't see that
we
language. That's
ended
why
up
I was asking where it is.
with a casino rather than a poker parlor, because the poker parlor was there and people thought it wasn't a problem.
I think the poker
And
parlors,
then
I think the poker parlor is the same license though.
Yeah.
So these facilities can open and just have poker. And a good example of that is Chasers in Salem, which has mostly poker. They have other table games, but they have mostly poker. They've been there a long, long time. Matter of fact, they took, when Rockingham Park was a charitable gaming after it closed as a horse racing facility, became charitable gaming. And I remember visiting there once and I seen all the poker players there, mostly from Massachusetts, by the way. But when that closed, they all went over to Chasers in Salem. Actually, they're one of the more profitable, believe it or not, and they don't have historic racing machines. And that's one of the more profitable operations. So. But again, I didn't see what you were originally saying. I don't think there's two license
I
requirements.
think I was misunderstanding it, but there is, all games of chance have to be banned. Though we legalized poker about 10 years ago. Before that, it was illegal, but people were all meeting in poker games anyway. And craps is hardly ever done because it costs too much money to run it. Roulette was legal back in the day when the traveling circus was taking the machines around.
Right.
But the equivalent of slot machines, which is what these are, and everybody now accepts that, but it's still in the law that they're not allowed, is a very different kind of operation.
But again,
and is considered very different by a lot of people.
Yeah, the one thing I'll agree with is that there are certain facilities don't, like the roulette, there's certain table games that require a lot more staff to cover.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think roulette's one of them. So I remember going to, because we
seems
took tours and I was on this commission.
Yeah, we were on the same tours
like 8
earlier.
years ago. I was on the one too. And I said, well, why aren't the roulette rails going? And they said, because it costs us too much. We had to have two people covering it, and there weren't enough players, so that it's silent. So, but those are local decisions to be made, because, this is in Vegas, these are smaller, well, they're getting bigger. But at that time, a lot of them were smaller places.
Any other, yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm genuinely curious about why you prefer opt-in versus opt-out. I mean, as I understand it, the opt-out provision basically says it's legal until the town votes to say no. You're saying you would prefer an opt-in provision where it would be illegal, other than the ones that are already existing, or presumably, as I understand the bill, if you've already dropped in an application, you would be permitted to go forward. But other than that, it would be not legal until a town actually voted to permit it. And I'm really genuinely curious about what you see as the difference.
Well, first off, to be consistent with all of a lottery, but that's one. So opt out. I've said this before on different things, including marijuana bills. I was always opt in as well, because I thought that the town can miss it. They could miss it, and not, all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have a charitable gaming location that you don't want in your town because they missed it. Now, Obviously, this has to go through planning and stuff like that. Any of these things, I understand. But that's the only real logic that I have on it. That potentially, this one, you have to have an affirmative vote if someone wants to do it. And I don't know, I just think it's a stronger position myself, that's all.
Okay, thank you. That's,
Representative Ohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Pat, I have a question on the last comment you made about the a town not being able to opt out, if I get this correctly, once they've got a device in their vicinity. And I'm specifically thinking about the Nash Casino here in Nashua, where there was never an opt-in vote by the citizens of Nashua to allow historic horse racing. Now we have a large facility coming our way, and that may or may not be controversial. But if it does become controversial, it seems to me that there's no ability in this bill to go into an opt-out provision because it's already grandfathered. Is that correct?
Right, these current facilities are grandfathered. Now, in the case of Nashua, you had three facilities. Two have merged to become, they'll stop operating and become the Nash, and then you also have, and it's a Gateway, is that the one? The other one is Gateway, I think, or something like that. So you're gonna have still have two casinos but Nash is gonna be big, it's gonna be really big. So, again, if you ask the question, well, if we have this position, if that merger, perhaps, if those two facilities decide to create a singular license, this may apply. I'm not 100% sure the way the language is, which may be okay, because they're not the same old two facilities that existed that came together and. But I'm not 100% sure if this language would cover that or not. If that, I think that's your question. But it's too late now. I mean, that they're protected from this language. They are protected because that anyone who had a license in process, obviously they have their license now. But when we first did the language in the report, they did okay. Now they have their license, and Lottery can correct me about that. But I'm quite sure they're about to open, right, pretty soon.
Yes, indeed. I guess the reason I'm asking the question, isn't it true that the city of Nashua never had the ability to opt in for historic horse racing machines?
Yeah, and I stated my reasoning for that is that when we did the historic racing bill, which I was a prime sponsor, and we said, because there was some discussion about that, and we said, what we're talking about is the facilities, not the games that are in the facility. To me, by adding the historic racing machines, we were adding a game to facilities that existed. So it was, how do you know, so that was the logic then. Obviously, the legislature agreed with me that because we passed the bill. So, but that was the logic. We weren't adding a different kind of facility. The facility existed. We're adding, just like we have roulette or we have the craps table, we're adding some historic racing machines now. So we went to mechanical play as well as just regular table play. So that was the logic then. We discussed it. I think we discussed it in this committee at the time. That was always the argument, and that's what happened, and it passed. So,
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, just to maybe help answer that question, at the time also, there were Lucky 7 machines in operation at the same time. Many people considered those slot machines at the same time. And I concur. It was basically, we were adding a different game. So it wasn't a completely new operation or anything. It was adding a game, a component game to what was already in place. So,
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that?
Sure.
And then, so if you guys had a Lucky 7 bill yet this year, Lucky 7 is kind of fading out after now that's historic racing. Lucky 7 it used to be the pull tabs. I mean, I knew none of this until I was on Ways and Means, by the way. Um, and, and it really was what saved bingo for many years. Because they never made, we have a bunch of bingo parlors around the state still that are licensed. And again, that's an older person's game. And that's fading. But they couldn't make it alone just on the bingo playing. They did the pull seven. People like to play the, and then someone somewhere along the line decided, well, why do we have the person going around selling the pull tickets? Why don't we have them in a dispensing machine? And it's, so there's these Lucky Seven machines is what Representative Doucette is talking about. And so some argued, I guess, yes, some did argue that, well, we already have these mechanical machines already called Lucky Seven. And actually some of the Lucky Seven machines, some of the facilities had a license for bingo as well as charitable gaming, separate, okay? It was separate license to do bingo. And they actually had, I think what you're talking about is some of them had the pull tab, the Lucky Seven machines there. They're all gone now because most of the facilities got rid of bingo. But somewhere along the line of this evolution of charitable gaming, they were there.
Representative Olm.
Yeah, if I could, if I could follow up, I just want to clarify that Lucky Sevens and such are considered Class 2 gaming regulations, and they're not random machines like a slot machine. Class 3 devices are slot machines, and Class 3 devices are historic horse racing machines. So I make the point that even though a city may have had Class 2 gaming in place, that the transition from Class 2 gaming to Class 3 gaming is a major change, which has caused the explosion of the popularity of the machines in Nashua and caused the sale of these locations from small mom and pop stores to major large operations in major parts of the city.
Right.
And consequently, because that change has been implemented, I would think that the cities and towns affected by Class 3 gaming devices should have the ability to opt out. Would you agree?
No, because, yes, if they're a new city that doesn't have a charitable gaming location. But Nashua, no. I mean, you can't, I mean, it's a bad look. Say, oh, we're going to pass, you just invested, $50 million to renovate this store into a casino. And, oh, now we're going to pass a law that says, oh, the community can say no after the fact. That won't fly. I mean, that'd be a bad legislation, bad look. But if it's a new town that wants to, with this legislation, say no, fine, I'm fine with that. And by the way, I agree with you on, yes, they're Class 2 versus Class 3. You're correct on that. I agree with you on that. It was a step up.
Follow up?
Yeah, final question. Thank you for your patience with me. Do
I love you,
believe
Bill.
do you believe that once a location has been given a license for a casino, which is typically a 3-year license, that license should remain in place in perpetuity? Or do you think that should have the means to be renewed every 3 years and have a referendum?
The license gets renewed every year. Or again, the employer, whatever I said, license, that's the license. That's the license. But they have to be in good standing. Got to remember, we have inspectors that check out these casinos, these charitable gaming locations. There's a whole division there that does that. The AG is involved as well, making sure so if all of a sudden we discover there's a lot of cheating going on, or there's all sorts of hanky-panky going on with the counting of the money and all of this, a facility can lose their license. Once they lose their license, then I think this will apply. So actually, it's a real incentive for them to to play by the rules. And we, again, the consultants we use check these facilities out, and they looked at our rules and the law, our statutes, and our rules associated with charitable gaming, and they gave us a clean bill of health. They said, no, you have a lot of the safeguards in place to prevent any problems, and you're doing the right auditing that needs to be done, like any other casino. I think some of the rules are as stringent as some of the bigger casinos that you see around the country. And because we use this national firm to evaluate this for us, with those eyes, with that vision of what should we see? And we said, we want to be the highest standard if possible, and we got a clean bill of health. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. Next, I have Dr. Debbie Warner.
Oh, thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Debbie Warner. I was here just last week on another item relating to this on the commission bill, and appreciate that it was favorably moved through your committee. I am very honored to speak to your committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and all of the members. Very much appreciated. As you can see, I did pass out my testimony, and I have some additional things to go through. I live in Littleton. We're very proud of our little town north of the Notch, 6,000 people with 42 restaurants. We have industry, we have shopping, we have a very healthy Main Street, we have a wholesome tourist industry, 4 seasons, and we're just mighty proud and love our little wholesome town. We were surprised and taken aback when a casino held a meeting at the high school telling us they were coming in. There was nothing we can do about it. It was going to be happening. And it was quite alarming to the community. Of more than 100 people came, 27 spoke. 95% of the people had very negative reactions to the news. And I was among them. We put together, we read through the statute and the reports that had come through, minority and majority reports and everything. And we hooked onto an item that said that it could be handled by local ordinance. So we put together a local ordinance to prohibit the casino, and it passed by 60% in that same year. And at the same time, we got to the planning board, and probably many of you are on planning boards and select boards as well. I know you do a lot of work for the government, and it's appreciated. My husband did serve on both as well, so I know it's a lot of effort, so I appreciate it. Well, we got into the planning board review, and they said, well, this is very nice, but it's not effective. The Dillon rule, it has no bite at all. And so we immediately, that was January 3rd last year, we immediately ran to the legislature and we managed to find a safe harbor and municipal and county, which seemed appropriate for policies such as this. Even though it pertains to casinos, it's about local issues. And it went through the committee. We got in there and we encountered the casino lobby, and we ended up working together and working it out. Rick Newman, who you probably very much know, and was very sad that he has passed, he helped us, and we came up with a very good opt-in bill that we were able to pass through the House, 280 something to 86, which I thought was a nice buffer. Went over to the Senate. We got to the Senate and they turned it upside down and they said, okay, it needs to be opt out, not opt in, because of the principle that they wanted it to be open for business unless there was a change. And so that's what they did. We just want to have a say, whether it's opt in or opt out. One is a little bit more cumbersome, opt out's more cumbersome, but nonetheless, it's a say. And during this moratorium period, it gives towns and cities across the state an opportunity to go ahead and opt out during this period of time. So I think that's fine. It'll work out fine. There were a number of points that come up. This is a bipartisan bill. We were able to get local and statewide bipartisan support, and really appreciate it because this is not a partisan issue. I think everybody wants to make sure that we keep government at the lowest element possible. There was a point that was brought up about having an incentive to play by the rules and have this come up every 3 years. And that's not our intent, that the towns would do that. every 3 years. We did come up with the projection for the 14 existing casinos and the 5 in the pipeline, which unfortunately includes Littleton. But Littleton supports the bill anyway, even though it won't really protect Littleton. But here I am in advocating for you to go ahead and pass this because it is good for all of the towns and all of the cities. So in terms of the every 3 year thing, I don't think it's important that the towns do this every 3 years. I think the Lottery Commission and such can regulate the industry well. And if somebody's not adhering to their regulations, that they can do the kind of things they do, put somebody on probation and such like that. We don't need to involve the towns in a popular vote on that one. Generating revenue. How much revenue do we want to generate from casinos and who's affected? The charities, the commission will be looking at that, and the previous commission looked at it very intensely of who benefits and what should be looked at in terms of charitable distribution. But, you know, if you had a casino in every single town, in every city in the state, you had 6 of them in every single bigger town, you would really make less money because it just wouldn't be as interesting to the consumer. And so there's really not a need to have everywhere, have every place, have as many casinos as possible. I don't think that is the factor involved in generating revenue on this. There is a lot of revenue coming in. The numbers are staggering. The one that would be coming to Littleton is projected to be, I call it draining, $17 million out of the local economy. That's my perspective. I'm entitled to that. But in any case, around the state, there's many, many dollars that are going into the profits. And there's a good chunk that goes to the charities, 35% on certainly the games, and other games it's much lower. But in the end, that's a big piece of money to the charities. And we're hoping that will get managed really well. Providing, and let's see, in and out, looking at them. There are some things in the amendment that are important. Alicia is going to speak to that, and I really appreciate her work on this even before coming to your committee. And she's been working with our sponsor, Representative Bill Boyd, and has come up with a couple of things. She'd like to move some of the sections before the notwithstanding part, which is fine with us. Another thing is to make sure that the years that are in your copy of this that says 2 years for the abandonment sentence to kick in, that wasn't our intent. We understand that a casino, once it's invested, there's a lot of money put into these facilities. And to have that jeopardized just for a 2-year problem in building or staffing and such, that's not fair to the business. And so the first, you have 2 and 2. Right now, it should be 5 and 10. That 5 years of abandonment, 10 years if they never built, that would come up, eligible to come up for a vote again. That's one tiny little piece that Littleton takes some help in, is that maybe they'll just never build it in Littleton, and then 15 years from now we'll be able to get ourselves a little vote. Anyway, that's ours. There's been a lot of effort on this, and it has had very cooperative people working on both houses, as well as all sides of the aisle, and the lobbyists and the citizens. So I very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Alicia Preston. Just one more.
Thank you. Hello again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Alicia Preston. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association. We are here in support of this legislation. I know it's been something that has been being worked on for over a year, and a request that many lawmakers have wanted. We've enjoyed working with the stakeholders in this, along with the sponsor. We do have a few tweaks to this bill that we've requested of Representative Boyd. They're minor language, move pieces around, nothing that affects the substance of the bill. I believe Representative Boyd and we are all on the same page. I haven't seen a copy of that amendment yet. I'm not sure if it's ready, so I can't weigh in on it specifically. If you want me to get into details, that's fine. Otherwise, I think when that amendment comes, it will reflect the minor concerns we have on basically language in the bill.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I don't know who to ask this question of, so I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
While they were moving into Lebanon, they had to get approval to move from the central district, where they were mostly affecting poor people and disabled people, to Route 4, which is the main corridor between east and west from New Hampshire through Vermont, and which was already pretty crowded. And they went before the planning board, and they provided a traffic report which was based on the city of Keene, which, if you've been to Keene, Keene is a smallish city surrounded by large amounts of land where the major roads go through. So it wasn't exactly comparable with the most crowded part of Route 4 in Lebanon. And they asked them to provide yet another traffic report. And they came back with, from what I understood, essentially the same thing. And they asked them for another, and it was pointed out that they were going to be violating, I think it's statute, by undue recalcitrance, by not approving the thing in an appropriate amount of time. And they gave in and approved it. And I am wondering if there is anything Lebanon can do if it turns out it's just opened. It's a little hard to tell how much further traffic disruption we're going to have in that area. It's just below where I come out of my road. If there is further traffic disruption, if there's any right that Lebanon has to get some kind of compensation or whatever.
So I'm not as familiar with that specific situation as obviously you are. Certainly this bill wouldn't address that. This bill would
Yeah.
strictly, I mean, it's already a grandfathered in facility in Lebanon.
Right.
And there is nothing in this bill that addresses what those concerns are. As for compensation from the facility, I'm just not familiar with what the rules, regulations, and approvals in Lebanon are.
Yeah, well, I don't think
Follow up?
Lebanon has much choice, but unless there's something in the statute somewhere that does something about that. But, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now have Brody DeShanes. Looks like he's no longer here. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak on this bill? Okay. All right. Well, he's not here and no one else wants to speak. Then I will close the public hearing on HB 737. What do we do if he didn't actually speak? Do we still keep this?
Toss it.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. He didn't actually speak.
He signed to the blue sheet and record his.
Yeah,
He did or not.
he did. Is that the right one? Yeah, what bill is that?
Yeah, that's 688. That's the one I worked on. This is 5.
We don't have 7. Oh, it's still up there.
Oh, people are still signing.
Man, my microphone on steps. Yeah, I didn't say anything. The next hearing starts at 2 o'clock.
Mr. Hurd.
Okay, the time being 2:03, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 635 and ask Representative Corcoran to introduce the bill.
Howdy, thank you for having me. So fundamentally, this is a bill about who and who does not get nonprofit status in New Hampshire. And it's a small administrative change. And this is my summary, but just extemporaneously, I'm going to move it to the front, which is nonprofit status is not a right of any entity. There are many pro-social groups in the state. Hannaford's brings us food. Auto Fire Honda sells me cars. But they do not get nonprofit status. The state chooses to give nonprofit status as a tool of public policy to achieve ends that it wishes to achieve. There's a vast, powerful, and extremely well-funded network of organizations that profit by settling unassimilable foreigners in New Hampshire. They call themselves nonprofits, but that phrase merely means that there are no shareholders. The profits that they make are instead distributed to employees or retained. By settling unskilled foreigners in New Hampshire, they create massive negative externalities, carnage really, and they get paid, and paid well, for doing it. I can think of no better way to illustrate this than by looking over the testimony that was submitted to the committee last night by the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network. Who is this, and who are some of the co-signers of the letter? We can find out by pulling the Form 990s from the IRS. The short answer is that these firms are big, very big. It's important to realize when looking over these financial statements that these NGOs are funded in two ways: by government grants directly or indirectly laundered through other NGOs, and also by program revenues, which is just a different way of saying by government grants. Program revenues is where the government, either New Hampshire or at the federal level, says to an NGO, we're going to pay you effectively $300 for every person that you provide service X or Y or Z for. And so, excuse me, going through some of the constituent parts of the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network, we see USA Hello with revenues of $1 million, Granite State Organizing Project with revenues of $1 million, the International Institute of New England with revenues of $17.5 million. The CEO, Jeffrey Thielman, makes $250,000 a year. The National Immigration Law Center, $24 million a year, most of it from tax money. The executive director makes $300K a year. The COO, $300K a year. The CCO, $300K a year. I'm going to do another 5 or 6, but not the 70 or 80 that I could. American Friends Service Committee, $40 million. They have redacted the CEO pay. Catholic Charities New Hampshire, $45 million with a CEO salary of $400,000 a year. Acentria Care Alliance. Now, this is a very interesting one. It is a web of 13 different NGOs, and they all share an interlocking directorship. They all have some of the same officers. They pay funds back and forth to each other. Acentria Care Alliance, $9 million. CEO Angela Boville, $400,000 a year. Acentria Community Care Incorporated, $9 million a year in tax dollars. CEO Angela Boville, $400,000. Acentria Community Services, Lutheran Home of Southbury, Fair Havens, et cetera, et cetera. The total amount that the Acentria Care Alliance is getting from tax dollars is, I've seen various numbers, the lowest number is $120 million a year. If you add all of these up, there is a NGO network that is getting paid on the order of $250 million a year, mostly to deal with settling foreigners in and around New Hampshire. This money all comes from taxpayer pockets, or the vast majority of it does. And as I said, some of it is by direct government grants, some of it is indirect through other NGOs, and some of it is by government grants that are per person fees. There's a question. A lot of this is not explicitly said to be for illegals. It is for, refugees or immigrants or new Granite Staters, et cetera. And if you dig into the various websites of these firms that are getting this government largesse and then getting nonprofit status so that they're not taxed on it, they are a little bit coy about exactly who they're serving. Some of them, first of all, no one is going to use the word illegal immigrant, even though that is the legal term. They will use other terms, but they also talk about some of the services they provide. And let's see, the National Immigration Law Center, which is part of this coalition, brags on its website about how it has engaged in programs to allow illegals to enter and stay in the U.S. and how they work to defend their status and engage with the government and lobby for changes in policy so that enforcement actions are not taken. The letter that you all received last night from the New Hampshire Immigrant Rights Network is worth reading carefully. It first engages in irrelevant and diversionary tactic by saying, quote, "This unnecessary bill appears rooted in the misconception that non-citizens, even undocumented ones, are given public benefits." This is an absolutely false claim. Illegal aliens are eligible for many taxpayer-provided benefits, including not just WIC, which is what welfare is called, but also all of the services provided by the NHIRN members, such as housing, food, furniture, transportation, legal assistance, and more, which are paid for with taxpayer money via grants and program revenues, which again is taxpayer money. NHIRN in its letter then goes on to say that it is lawful to provide services to New Hampshire residents, some of whom may be illegal. This claim is an attempt to muddy the waters. Excuse me. This bill does not argue that providing services to illegal aliens is itself illegal. This bill merely notes that nonprofit status is not a right, but a benefit that the government of New Hampshire extends to certain organizations if they are engaged in certain pro-social activities, as defined in RSA 292:1. RSA 292 extends the status to organizations that maintain cemeteries, but not to organizations that sell televisions. It extends the status to organizations that plant trees, but not to organizations that arrange car races. Nonprofit status is a policy tool of the people of New Hampshire, and it may be extended or withdrawn to achieve the goals that the people of New Hampshire wish to achieve. Another thing that the NHIRN letter says is that it would be implausible for them to make sure that the people they serve are legal. This is a claim, but it's not a claim that I agree with. E-Verify is a free service offered by the U.S. government that confirms the legal status of a person. E-Verify is required to be used by all for-profit companies. If I am running a lawn care service and I want to hire people, I'm required to verify that they're citizens or otherwise eligible for employment and legal status in the United States. The website explains that this takes 3 to 5 seconds. NHIRN says in its letter, this bill would place New Hampshire nonprofit organizations in the precarious position of making determinations about immigration status of the individuals and families seeking assistance. Are we to believe that 3 to 5 second verification process that every single for-profit employer in New Hampshire uses is impossible for firms that make their profits not from providing benefits to the public, but from receiving government grants? The letter concludes with the claim, this bill is designed to chill the provision of the services to non-citizens. This is the logical fallacy of appeal to motive, and the claim is incorrect. This bill is designed not to chill the provision of services to non-citizens, many of whom are legally allowed to reside in New Hampshire, but to chill the provision of services to illegal aliens, who definitionally do not. I want to talk about the effects of importing foreigners to New Hampshire. Excuse me. NHIRN talks about the good works of the New Hampshire NGOs. I'd like to examine the claim, kinds of the NGOs that they're composed of, and if these are supported. For most of my information on the effect of bringing foreigners to New Hampshire, I am referencing a report published by UNH. This report is the Refugee Resettlement in New Hampshire, Pathways to Building Community. And I want to note that this studied primarily refugees, which is not the same as in legal status as far as illegal immigrants, but it is the best data that is available on settling non-Americans in New Hampshire. This report was written by Nina Glick-Schiller, PhD, professor, UNH, Jerry N. Borges, UNH, Molly Messenger, UNH, and some statistics. And I want to point out, this is a report that is bragging about the integration success that these types of immigrants have achieved. And so this is the steel man, the, let's round every number up, let's put a positive spin on everything. And so I'm not looking at the Pat Buchanan anti-immigration fund. I'm not, quoting David Duke or anything insane. Page 2, 62% have not graduated high school. Page 2, 33% speak zero English. Page 2, low-wage workers. Page 42, largely illiterate. Page 11, 68% have no family or friends, rootless. Speaking to goals of chain migration. Page 12, quoting one person, the highest thing I can think of is to try to bring my family members here. Page 27, top 3 goals of the population include bringing their family to the U.S. One of the goals is public assistance. Page 15, Table 4. Percent of the population currently using Section 8 housing, 26%. Percent using WIC, that is welfare, 30%. Percent using Medicaid, 34%. Percent using food pantries, 38%. Percent on food stamps, 53%. At least 90% of this population has at some point been either on food stamps and or Medicaid. Page 19, 25% of them are unemployed. Of those who do work, many of them were not working full time. The study goes on to say, this is from sort of the activist perspective at UNH, and this is with overlapping personnel and goals as the NGOs, that one of the problems is that there is not enough federal or state housing benefits, and we need to extend to that. Some of the problems that the, again, generally pro-immigration report noted is that refugees have a complaint. They complain that there are laws against public drinking and against public congregation. Also on page 24, the report also notes that there is a problem with the American legal system because we enforce rules against beating children, and this is hard to reconcile with some foreign cultures. Quote, immigrants believe that the lessons contributed in schools about children not being beaten contributed to undermining parental authority. They believe that the lack of respect for elders is a far greater offense than the physical punishment of children. Another problem with the immigration process and the kinds of people that the NGOs are bringing in is that we're importing ethnic rivalries. On page 25 of this report, they talk about tensions that exist overseas that are being brought here as members of competing tribes are settled in the same place. And then finally, I'd like to wrap up with a few local news stories about some of the enrichment that these NGOs are helping to deliver to Concord. Patch.com 2 days ago has a story. Let's see. Regis Babu Irumva has escaped a felony burglary and sexual assault charges due to a plea deal. He is now accused of stealing a Honda Accord. During the past 4 years, he has been arrested or summoned in 32 criminal cases and 1 civil stalking case. According to police records, previously charged with felonious sexual assault, indecent exposure, gross lewdness, burglary, domestic violence, criminal threat, disobeying an officer, disorderly conduct, driving after revocation, simple assault, criminal threatening, criminal mischief, theft, receiving stolen property, DUI, resisting arrest, breach of bail, warrants, as well as driving, possession of tobacco, possession of alcohol. Another news story from a few days before that. 3 Chinese nationals in New Hampshire plead guilty to stealing millions of dollars in Apple products via gift card scam. Another Patch.com article from a bit before that. Concord Heights man arrested on sexual assault, criminal mischief charges. Nadado Turi Kiriva was accused of assaulting and attempting to rape a woman after being accused of previous rapes in the same complex. And I'm about to hit the summary, so apologize for the very long-winded thing. The motivation behind a lot of the NGOs doing the resettlement work where they, are dealing with lots of populations, and they, assert that, they can't tell if any of these are illegal, and they certainly don't want to check because they're getting paid per person that they provide these services to. At least one of the upsides is that we're achieving diversity, and there have been many articles in the New York Times and other places talking about, a lot of places are achieving these great successes, but sadly a few states like New Hampshire are lagging behind. We do not have the diversity that the rest of the country is sometimes blessed with. And I want to quote from a New York Times article, 2007, entitled "The Downside of Diversity." And again, I challenged myself to bring up statistics only that came from the left side of the aisle, not from anything questionable and strange and right wing. I will constrain myself to only quoting from the New York Times. It has become increasingly popular to speak of racial and ethnic diversity as a civic strength. From multicultural festivals to pronouncements from political leaders, the message is the same. Our differences make us stronger. But a massive new study based on detailed interviews with nearly 30,000 people has concluded just the opposite. Harvard political scientist Robert Putnam, famous for his book Bowling Alone on Declining Civic Engagement, has found that the greater the diversity in a community, the fewer people vote and the less they volunteer, the less they give to charity and work on community projects. In the most diverse communities, neighbors trust one another about half as much as they do in the most homogeneous settings. The study, the largest ever on civic engagement in America, found that virtually all measures of civic health are lower in more diverse settings. Quote, the extent of the effect is shocking, end quote, says Scott Page, a University of Michigan political scientist. This study, to the best of my research, has never been refuted or modified with any other studies. So speaking directly to the bill and summing up, there's nothing in this bill that stops any of these NGOs from dealing with refugees designated by the U.S. government. There's nothing to stop them from dealing with first-generation immigrants or second-generation immigrants. And there is actually nothing that stops them from providing services to illegal aliens. We are not policing that. They can do whatever they want. They can open food pantries to illegal aliens. They can provide them apartments. The only thing it does is says that the state of New Hampshire, the government of the state of New Hampshire, is tasked with figuring out what our social priorities are. And we use our tax policy to implement these social priorities. You can do lots of things. You can run a dog adoption center. You can do community gardening. You can have a little library. All of those things get nonprofit status. But if you engage in the active settlement of illegal aliens in New Hampshire, you're allowed to do that. It's not our job to stop you. It's just that we are not going to reward you with nonprofit status. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Representative Ulrich.
Don't know where to begin on this. You have two separate definitions of business enterprise, which contradict each other. That's line 3, and then again on line 19. You don't define what engaged in means or attempting to engage in. And your discussion of the impact of illegal aliens was correct, but it didn't apply to how this bill is going to be implemented or operated or what it does. Your definition of illegal immigrant is interesting, though I don't think, since there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant, under federal law, you can't use federal law to define it. There are illegal aliens under the code, but there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant.
What is?
What
question do you want to ask?
Well, this is constitutional questions. The constitutional question is, with the way this language is set up, and under our rules, as you know, the vice chair is tasked with that job. Take a society like St. Vincent de Paul, which does a great deal of good work in providing all sorts of services to individuals that need service. Their charter as a religious organization says, you come to the door, you seek food, and I'm going to give it to you. But your definition would seemingly...
Point of order. Is there a question?
It's a constitutional question. Would seemingly violate the constitutional ban on interference in religion.
Respectfully, I disagree. The society is absolutely free to do anything it wants. Nothing in this bill stops them.
Except they would be taxed to do so.
There are other religiously mandated activities that are exposed to taxation, I believe.
Joe, follow-up?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, Representative Almy.
Thank you. I also find it hard to know where to begin. First, I was reading through this immigrant rights network that we got the other day. And I was reading through it as you were listing a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't seem to be in here. And about 75% of these are not organizations, they are individuals. I know a few of those individuals. Not many, because they don't seem to have come to Western New Hampshire very often. And the bill is full of things like attempting to engage in, intending to provide, should be known, that are things that are going to be very hard to prove if you're trying to say, if you've got a bounty hunter which is also a trigger term, that is going after anybody that he can find that he thinks has been talking with somebody that he should know is an illegal immigrant.
I do not believe that anything in my bill criminalizes speaking to an illegal immigrant.
What it does is to tax the organization that they belong to, if they belong to an organization. I don't know what it does if they don't. But and then on top of that, could I ask you why you think that the Department of Revenue Administration would be capable of running a bunch of bounty hunters?
I believe that I said that this gives them the authority to do that if they want to, and there is no requirement that they do so.
The Department of Revenue Administration does not have the capacity or duty to do these things unless you put it there and we vote for it.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talk about taking away nonprofit status from people who are providing services to people who are here illegally. That's correct?
Yes.
I'm wondering if you would have the same perspective of organizations that refuse to provide services to people who are here legally, who may be brown-skinned or black-skinned or yellow-skinned, but whoever the provider may be might say, well, I don't think you're here legally, and because that person doesn't happen to have papers with him or her, that they would simply refuse to provide services.
Respectfully, there is nothing in this bill that mentions or alludes to skin color. If an illegal immigrant from Iceland is here, it would criminalize that. And if a legal citizen, as you know, one of my best friends, Fred, is from Nigeria. Now he's an American citizen, but if he wasn't, so as an American citizen, it is and should be perfectly legal to provide him services. So I would strongly reject the sort of imputation that there is something racist in this bill.
My apologies. May I revise that question?
Sure.
If anyone from any country of any color skin who was here legally and happened not to have papers with them proving that, went to get services and was turned down because the provider organization said, I don't believe you are here legally, would you likewise say that organization needs to have its nonprofit status removed?
I think I'm being asked about a question of if a different bill were proposed, what would I think of that bill?
Yeah.
I have not read the text of that bill and I don't have an opinion on it. But again, I want to call out that the way you phrased the question was if they did not have papers on them. Nothing in here is saying that anyone needs to check papers. There is a federal E-Verify program. Every for-profit corporation, and there are two kinds of corporations. There are for-profit corporations and there are nonprofit corporations. I've run, several small for-profit corporations, and we have to go through paperwork that takes a few seconds, punch in some data, hear from the government that yes, they're here legally, they can work. And so this is not putting any extra burden on NGOs. It is merely saying, please take the same 3 seconds that every other corporation in America takes.
Everyone else is done. I have another question.
Right.
Thank you.
Representative Boers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So I have two friends from South Africa. Can you tell me what color they are?
I have no idea.
Do you know that Elon Musk is from South Africa?
I do.
Follow up. So how many illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, or whatever they are, whatever the terminology is, I don't know anymore. I'm confused just by this conversation. How many have been resettled here in the Concord, general New Hampshire area, whatever?
The specific question is how many illegals, and I do not know. And part of the answer is we have these NGOs who are tasked with providing services. They get paid per person, but because no one is asking them to collect this data and no one is asking them to even run E-Verify, I don't know if there are 3 or 30,000, and that's part of the problem.
Last follow up. You know if the Brazilian murderer that was picked up on the seacoast was illegal, legal, had papers?
I do not know, and I also don't know what degree of services he was provided by any of the NGOs affected by this.
Thank you.
Representative Spar.
Are you familiar with the Immigration and Nationality Act?
I've heard the name, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'll defer to your characterization of it.
It prohibits individuals from concealing, shielding, or harboring unauthorized individuals who come into and remain in the United States. Under the law, it's a criminal offense punishable by a fine or imprisonment for any person. So there are mechanisms, and there's enforcement, or there are mechanisms for the enforcement of illegal immigrants. Do you feel that your bill is unnecessary in that fact?
No, I do not, because again, this bill is not about directing the New Hampshire State Police to find illegals. It is not about communicating with ICE and helping to deport them. This is a bill that has to do with the administration of the state of New Hampshire, specifically their tax code. I don't have the RSA in front of me anymore, but we have very carefully structured our tax code so that you achieve nonprofit status. Again, there are corporations, and corporations do a lot of stuff. Some corporations provide food, and they're called Catholic Charities. Other corporations provide food, and they're called Hannaford's. We've decided to privilege one of these forms of corporations if they engage in certain pro-social acts as determined by the New Hampshire government. And this bill is just about thinking about what we actually consider pro-social and what we don't.
To follow up, these corporations that do the E-Verify, that's to hire
Correct.
People, right?
Yes.
Are you saying these nonprofits, like as you mentioned, the Hannaford versus a Catholic organization, they're hiring people to give them food?
No, I'm not. I mean, obviously they do, but I don't think that's the point of your question. What I'm saying is that the determination of legal status does not require spinning up any additional infrastructure. That infrastructure is already in place. It's provided by the federal government. It's free, and it takes 3 to 5 seconds.
To hire someone, correct?
No, to verify their status to be legally present in the United States, which is used for hiring, but can be used for other purposes.
Representative Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Toward the end of your presentation, you mentioned some cases where people who were here illegally had committed some crimes, some of them pretty horrific. Every bit of research that I have found indicates that immigrants commit crimes at significantly lower rates as a group, not talking about the individuals that all of us get up in arms about. Yet, I'm wondering, based on that, should we be saying that anybody who commits crimes, should that be a metric for refusing services?
Let me first start out by questioning the premise. You said that that every study that you've looked at says that immigrants commit crimes at lower than the standard rate. I'm also familiar with that claim. I have engaged extensively with one researcher from the Cato Institute named Alex Narashta. Alex has written several white papers about how immigrants are, so much not just as good as Americans on various metrics, but so much better. And one of his claims was exactly that they've committed far less crimes, far fewer crimes. But I dug into the footnotes here, and I tracked down where he was getting his data from, and it turns out that the statistic that has widely been shared does not actually analyze what it purports to analyze. It looks at the number of people who are incarcerated. And as we all know from recent news events, many times when people commit crimes, they are given a court date. And if you are given a court date and then disappear, you will never be convicted, and you will never be incarcerated. So actually, it turns out that immigrants do commit crimes of all sorts at higher rates than Americans. It's just that you have to be careful that you're not using selection bias to only look at the ones who end up serving prison sentences.
I agree with that and disagree with your conclusion. Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I'm wondering, what data do you have to back up the number of illegal immigrants who commit crimes?
I do not have this.
They have data, but of a subset, which is something you were using before.
Right.
I've never heard of a survey that managed to get to all of the people who were in the United States as illegal immigrants and not yet given asylum dates and things like that, who were committing crimes.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite perceive the question.
What is your data source?
Right. This investigation is something that I dug into a year or two ago. I don't have that on hand. But again, the focus of this bill is not coordinating with ICE. It's not deporting people. It's not saying that illegal immigrants commit crimes. This bill is about what types of corporations the state of New Hampshire chooses to extend nonprofit status to.
Representative Doucette.
Just to that question I just heard, by virtue of them being illegal immigrants crossing into this country illegally,
100%
by definition, would that not mean that 100% of the illegal immigrants are lawbreakers?
I agree with you. So
Thank
the
you.
answer is yes.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to let the committee know, I've got 10 pink cards, so 10 people who want to speak. So next I have, we'll ask Representative McFarlane to come up. And it looks like most people have put down a fairly short amount of time. You've put down 2 minutes, Representative, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honourable members. I'm Representative Donald McFarlane from Orange. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here on House Bill 635. This testimony represents my views and the views and interests of my constituents in Grafton 18. My testimony is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. I think in what we've just heard from the Prime Sponsor, some of those remarks were specious, and I am troubled by the language of the bill. Nevertheless, I'm in front of you to support the bill. The intent of the bill is a solid and strong one. The rationale behind permitting and providing tax benefit to non-profit organizations at both the New Hampshire level, at the state level, and under the federal laws with 501c3 designations and so forth, is fundamentally to encourage charitable, religious, educational, and public service activities that benefit society. And while Representative Elberger may be asking us questions about immigrants, I put it to you that we have to be very clear here. This is not about immigrants. This is about illegal immigrants, illegal aliens specifically, as Representative Ullery said. I have looked at those studies that you referenced in some detail. Like the prior speaker, I don't have those facts and figures at my fingertips, but you may detect from my accent that I have an interest in this. And I satisfied myself by looking at those studies that there was some merit. I'm not saying it was absolutely clear, lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? But it seemed to be the case that, in fact, immigrants are incarcerated at a lower rate and do commit violations of law at a lower rate than the rest of the US citizenry. That is not true when it comes to illegal aliens. Not only have they, as was stated, committed a violation of law in crossing into the country in many cases, but in the aggregate, they are more prone to causing societal problems. It is not a benefit to New Hampshire to encourage and support the presence of illegal aliens here in New Hampshire. And for us to say, and let's be narrow about this, for us to say in this bill, if we can get the language right, we do not think that we should be benefiting an organization, that we should be supporting an organization with these non-profit designations and tax benefits that is acting against the interests of our society. I think that is something that is appropriate for the state legislature to do. There was a question, I think it was Rep. Spar, that asked about do we have satisfactory legislation at the federal level? And yes, we indeed have a bunch of federal statutes. I would cite 8 U.S.C. 1324, which makes it a felony to aid and abet these illegal aliens. That applies to their employers. That applies to people giving them sanctuary in other respects. Is that federal statute sufficient? It certainly hasn't been over the last number of years. Maybe it will start to be employed a little bit more under the new administration. But when we ask ourselves what should we be doing as a state legislature and what can we do as a state legislature, I think that even though his language may not be perfect, Representative Corcoran's idea is a strong one, and I would strongly encourage this committee to contemplate whatever amendments might be needed so that you can support this bill and move it ought to pass. Thank you, and I yield to questions.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Representative. I enjoy listening to you. As you know, we've had that discussion. Would, in your opinion, would this, if we modify the language to upon conviction of or by somebody, would that be a more effective and judicious application of this particular penalty?
I think in answering that, let me say this. First of all, I think it's absurd to say that one of these organizations could use E-Verify. E-Verify is not designed to assess who is here legally. It's designed to assess who is able lawfully to work. And those are two different issues. We've also heard in other committees that E-Verify has some operational difficulties, such that I believe the Labour Committee voted ITL on a bill to require E-Verify for all employers. So I think to your question, it is difficult to come up, and I believe you said this yourself, it is difficult to come up with some of the mechanisms for enforcement. It is difficult to come up with some of the mechanisms whereby the charities and the organizations themselves would be able to make these discernments on an individual case-by-case basis. I would say to you, first of all, that I think that your suggestion is an interesting one that I might well support. I would also say to you that there is a difference between picking out one individual exception to the rule as a basis to deny nonprofit status and looking at the prevailing circumstances and seeing what is no longer just the odd exception here or there where somebody didn't come with their paperwork and what has turned into a routine and major part of that organization's business. And we know that in this state there are multiple organizations that are routinely and as a very significant part of their activities focusing on individuals who, I don't dislike this language where it says should know rather than merely knowingly, who should very well know that they are focused on illegal aliens.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Nathan Dwyer.
Hi, I'm Nathan Dwyer. I'm a citizen of New Hampshire. I live at 211 Valley West Way in Manchester, Hillsborough County, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Bill 635. I don't have a huge amount to say on this. I'm just somewhat I think appalled is a little bit too strong, but it's the word that comes to mind, that we are currently spending money to help out. We are currently through New Hampshire, we're spending money and giving that money to nonprofits who then use that money to facilitate illegal immigration when we still have problems, for example, paying for schools, we have, and a variety of other problems. I'd prefer that money be spent in New Hampshire for New Hampshire citizens and for people who legally live here. Yield my time or yield questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Justin Valentini.
Hi, my name is Justin Valentini. I live at 82 School Street right here in Concord. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to support House Bill 635, a bill that reflects our commitment to dignity and fairness for all. In our modern era, it is not just unacceptable, but morally repugnant to continue practices that echo the darkest parts of our history. Bringing poor illegal aliens to our state solely for the purpose of labor is nothing short of modern-day slavery. Just as slaveholders 200 years ago exploited human beings for economic gain, we must recognize that using immigration policy to fill labor shortages is a continuation of that same dehumanizing legacy. House Bill 635 is not just about policy, it is about restoring integrity and humanity to our system. Let's talk about the organizations that profit from this cycle of exploitation, the NGOs that claim to support the resettlement of these individuals. It is crucial to examine who benefits from this system. The leadership in these organizations is predominantly white, and there is a clear financial incentive at play. They are not driven by altruism, but by profit, capitalizing on the plight of the vulnerable to secure funds and influence. We must ask ourselves, why are these jobs not filled by those who advocate for this system? The answer is starkly clear. These are jobs they themselves would never do. House Bill 635 aims to stop the taxpayer funding of this structure of human trafficking and profiteering. Supporting this bill means that we are committed to breaking the chains of exploitation that have been reformed but not eradicated. This bill is just the first step to stopping the flow. It's about rethinking our approach to labor, dignity, and human rights. By passing this bill, we take a stand against practices that are reminiscent of our past. We affirm that every person, regardless of origin, deserves to live free from exploitation. Let us choose a future where our actions reflect our values of equality, respect, and opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Uri.
Do you happen to have that in written form that could be entered into the record and distributed? Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you ever met any of the people working in the organizations you're talking about? Do you believe all of them, follow up? Do you believe that all of them there are not there because they believe in what they're doing? It sounded like you were saying that at the beginning of your testimony.
I believe they have a financial incentive that creates a conflict of interest.
Representative Elmy.
Do you have any information that indicates that any of these people are benefiting illegally by this financial incentive you're talking about?
Benefiting illegally? No, I have phone.
Benefiting from bringing in immigrants and helping them to find jobs. Do they have any financial relationship with the companies that they are, or farms that they are getting jobs from?
Not entirely sure I understand the question, but I will say that they have an incentive insofar as they are paid through salaries. And they have, I mean, if you just think about it, right? If you are an organization that wants to resettle people here, you have every incentive to want to resettle more and more people, right? There's no like their job is done once they hit some certain cap. So they will continue to want this program to grow.
Okay, yes.
Who's paying those organizations?
In some cases, they are taxpayer funded.
Okay, and other?
Private donations, I'm not sure.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Next I have John Dreyer.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's John Dearman. I'm a longtime resident of New Hampshire. My family and I currently reside in Pelham, and I'm up here today because I am also a strong supporter of HB 365. And I want to say that I think I thought I knew what we were going to be talking about when I came in here this afternoon. In my mind, we're not talking about individuals. We're not talking about policy at the federal government level. I think what we're talking about is the tax status of companies doing business in the state of New Hampshire, and specifically NGOs, and whether they should retain a tax exempt status or not. And many of us here today are going to tell you we don't think they should. I would also tell you, and just listening to everyone this afternoon, we really have no transparency in the state of New Hampshire over this topic. For example, how is this program managed? Who's in charge? How many people fall under this program through the NGO organizations come to New Hampshire? Who's making all those decisions? What's the purpose of the Refugee Affairs division under the governor? What do they do? I would tell you, in my brief look at all this, what they do is they serve as nothing more than a facilitator between the Department of State and NGOs that are doing business here in New Hampshire. So foreign resettlement is big business. And a lot of us have talked about what are we calling this? I've heard everything from illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants, and every variation of that theme. I think what we're talking about, the correct term is, unlike a lot of people don't like to talk about it, is it's illegal aliens. That's the correct term that gets you to the level of fidelity you need. But we're not talking about the individual, we're talking about the corporation. So this is the business model here is you get paid, I believe, by the NGOs get paid for each individual they bring through the system. The more individuals you bring, the more you get paid. How much is that? I have no idea. I don't know if any of you know how much that money is each year, but I think it's worth taking a look at. Long-term cost, we're talking really about the tax status, but there's also long-term costs to the state of New Hampshire. The NGOs are in what I call phase one, 60 to 90 days. And after that, a lot of people that are in this program shift over to various social welfare programs for the long term, and they become invisible to us. So I believe that these NGO organizations do operate as a business in the area that we're talking about. And so I strongly support the bill. And I think this bill is really just phase one. I think this bill will go a long way to making the program visible to the people of New Hampshire and to you, so we can have a common view of the battlefield here. So when we're talking about this program, what's the size and scope of this program? I don't know. I'm not sure any of you know. And I just say that because that's kind of how it is. But from a tax status, I think we're talking a lot of money. I see no reason why these individual organizations shouldn't pay their fair share to use an overused term, when it comes to taxable status. So I thank you very much, and I'll take your questions if you have any.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I am very confused. It sounds like you're talking about the legal immigration that the federal government has been paying for to place people into Manchester in particular, but a number of different places.
Well, we're talking about
in
the,
New Hampshire.
Right,
You're
yeah.
talking about some hidden single program of
no,
NGOs that
no.
are.
I'm not talking about the, I didn't come here today to talk about the legal or illegal status of immigrants. I came to talk about the business status of NGOs doing business in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Dobroslav Slavenkos.
Good afternoon. My name is Dobroslav Slavenskoy. As you can hear by my name, I am a child of immigrants. In fact, I'm a child of refugees. Family came over here in 1979, and I've been in New Hampshire my entire life. I have a question. We have a budget deficit here in the state of New Hampshire. I'm from Salisbury, New Hampshire, just up the road. Our school right now is proposing a warrant article for $2 million to fill a budget deficit. Why are these organizations tax exempt? They're clearly profitable. The people that work for them clearly are making plenty of money. The incentives are all there. I was just at my town's budget hearing yesterday. Everybody's complaining about taxes, local taxes rising, mostly because of the load of additional people coming into communities. Why are we supporting more people, more immigration, illegal immigration into the state of New Hampshire, where our property values have jumped 70% in the past 5 years, where our population has jumped 200,000 in the past 5 years? And we're supporting this somehow, where our seniors can't pay their house taxes and they might get kicked out of their homes because of this? And we're allocating money, and we're basically taking money off the table for these organizations to do whatever they will with that money. And yet there's a budget deficit in the state budget. What's going on? Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Tyler Richardson.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Richardson, longtime resident in New Hampshire. I'm just here to support the bill and say I don't think we should be incentivizing this kind of behavior with companies in our state. Previous speaker, that was excellent. We shouldn't be incentivizing bringing people here and taking up more of our social services and state funds, state funding, when we don't have enough to go around as it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I have Matt Lacour.
Afternoon. My name is Matt Lacour. I live in Stratham, and I just want to say I'm against tax exempt status for corporations that are involved in human trafficking, because that's really what this is. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Jeremy Kaufman.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Kaufman. I'm a resident of East Manchester, where I've lived for more than a decade. I believe this area of the city has received more of these types of migrants and asylum seekers than any other part of the state. To my knowledge, several thousand of these people have been settled in Manchester, making up a substantial percentage of the population now, at least several digit percentage. And a lot of these people are in East Manchester specifically. And so I'm not going to argue statistics or facts, but I can tell you a little bit about the subjective experience of living in a place where some of these people are coming. And it absolutely does change the character of the city in a way for the worse. And I'll tell one short story, although I could tell a bunch. I do these park cleanups with a group called We Heart West in Manchester. We go around, we clean up the parks. And there's a park in East Manchester that's specifically dirty all the time. And we went out and we cleaned it. We filled up about 10 bags of trash. And a woman shows up with her children. We were mostly done with the cleanup. We gave her kids some candy. She couldn't speak English. And she littered the candy wrappers right in front of us, right after we'd cleaned up all the trash. And, that's not going to show up on your crime stats. I don't know what stat's going to show up that number. But the idea that someone would get a tax deduction to bring more people like her into East Manchester, like what are we doing? So talk to some of the people in these parts of the city, talk to some of the places where these people end up, and just ask yourself, is this charity work? Is this what we want to subsidize as the government? And I would talk to some of the people who end up, not the NGOs who are getting paid, who are making money, they can send in their lobbyists. Talk to the people who end up where these people end up, because I'm here for free. I don't get paid to do this, So talk to some of those people. That's all I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Davies.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Daves. I live in Deerfield. I'm here to support the bill. I think there's a negative incentive with encouraging tax exemption for committing felonies. Just in general, you probably shouldn't do that, especially if you have an opportunity to uphold the Constitution, which talks about directly a naturalization process you're supposed to follow if you want to come to this country. It does not talk about specifically giving tax exempt status to bring people here illegally. So that's all I want to give testimony for. If you have any questions, I'll entertain them.
Thank you. Seeing none. Ben Harvitine.
Hi. Ben Hartstein, live with my family in Pembroke, building in Landaff. We've been New Hampshire residents for about 4 years. In the decade or so after my wife and I met at MIT, we lived in just about every blue city you can think of across this country for work, travel, all of that. And when it came time for us to settle down and start a family, we chose New Hampshire for a reason. It's because living and working in those cities, we've seen all of the problems that come with, sort of like unfettered illegal immigration, breakdown of rule of law, etc. We thought about a place that we wanted to settle down in, invest in, raise our 2, soon to be 3 children. New Hampshire made sense. And when I look at us subsidizing, functionally what we're doing with that nonprofit status, subsidizing people to aid and abet people who are here illegally, just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Kyle McCrory.
Hello, my name is Kyle McCrory. I live in Dover. And I just want to say I don't support human trafficking, and I don't think that we should support it with our tax dollars or tax exempt statuses. We have so many things that we need to pay for in this country that we should not be maxing our credit cards to bring in illegal immigrants for non-exempt status. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And the last card I have is Richard Menard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rick Menard. I'm the Executive Director of Building Community in New Hampshire. We're a private nonprofit based in Manchester. We work statewide with refugees. And I hadn't intended to testify today, but there's been so much misunderstanding about refugee resettlement and some of the organizations that work with refugees that I just wanted to set the record straight. Refugee resettlement is a federal program carefully managed by the U.S. State Department and the U.S. Office of Health and Human Services. Organizations like mine have contracts with the state of New Hampshire to assist those legal refugees when they're here. We don't get paid per head, but we get paid to deliver services, and I get paid to run the organization. We are not a wealthy organization by any means, but it's an important and valuable service. I firmly believe that New Hampshire is better off because of refugee resettlement here. People serve in this legislature who came as refugees. And I'm proud that they were among the founders of my organization. So it's really valuable to step back and recognize that the only people who in New Hampshire that I'm aware of who are importing foreigners are the federal government in the form of refugees. None of the organizations that were listed in the sponsor's testimony, is, to my knowledge, are trafficking in human beings, are bringing in people, are being paid to bring in people, or paid to once they are here by any public source. I am not an expert in services to people without documentation. In fact, I know very little about it. We do check our clients' immigration status because we do get paid by our federal contract only if people are here in the first 5 years of their time in the United States with documentation. And so I think most of what you see, most of what's been talking about here is based on misunderstandings and misconceptions. There are certainly people in New Hampshire without documentation. It's a separate issue. And I don't know much about the services they get or who provides them. I imagine that hospitals take care of them if they get hit by a car. I imagine the churches feed them if they show up at the food pantry. And I know that there are people who are trying to organize them and help them get citizenship and asylum and to live and work in the United States. You can be the judge of whether that's prudent activity for a nonprofit. That's your domain. But I want you to understand that as frustrating as it is when somebody throws candy wrappers on the ground, and I get pissed off too. It's not really a rationale for adopting this bill. I urge you to ITL it. I don't think it's well conceived, and I don't think that the problem of nonprofit organizations serving the illegals is a significant financial impact on the state of New Hampshire. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
That's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wishes to speak? If you can keep it to 30 seconds.
Travis Corcoran, prime sponsor of the bill. I would just like to thank the previous testimony for explaining that NGOs can check the legal status of the immigrants that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you. We have DRA here. Does anyone have any questions for DRA? You do? No. Okay. Jennifer, if you could come up.
It's only because we like you.
And I like all of you, so please don't shoot the messenger. Jennifer Ramsey, I'm Tax Policy Counsel for the Department of Revenue and Administration.
Thank you. Representative Ulrich.
Thank you. In reading the bill on page 1, line 14 and 15, the use of consolidated returns as defined in the United States Internal Revenue Code or in the combined reporting is not permitted. that's how you do business taxes, isn't it? By utilizing IRS data and information?
General, yes.
Follow up? Follow up? So there would be no way that the state of New Hampshire could do any tax analysis as to whether or not the entity was, how they were operating or anything, because we don't collect that data independent of the IRS records, correct?
So I'm not entirely certain what that language in the bill is intended to accomplish. If the intent of that language is to indicate that we should be considering whether a business enterprise meets the qualifications in the statute based not on a consolidated enterprise, but based on one individual component of what would ordinarily be combined reporting, then I think we could engage in that analysis if I'm understanding the bill correctly.
Follow. In that case, what would be the cost, or could you determine the cost or an estimate of the cost and add that to the fiscal note?
So we did not anticipate that there would be any additional cost to administer this statute over and above our ordinary operating costs, with that understanding of the statute in mind.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Elmy.
Yes. The bill seems to, assuming that you are going to be responsible for accepting and analyzing, I presume verifying, on any complaints that come in that a particular NGO is engaging in supporting illegal immigrants. On what would it take to add that to the DRA?
So as we understand the bill's responsibility with respect to DRA, this would create potentially an additional group of taxpayers. And we do currently have in place what we call sort of the fraud hotline. We would anticipate, just like with any entity that should be paying tax that is not being paid, that is not paying their tax, we do get those calls. We would assume these calls would come in that same manner, identifying an organization, and we would look into, as a part of the duties of our audit division, would look into those potential taxpayers and whether or not they would need to start paying tax. We would investigate that in the same way that we currently do with respect to all taxpayers.
Thank you. And follow-up, would you need some kind of guidance as to the NGO in question had dealt with one case or for a long time, or just dealt with one case over a weekend that was an illegal migrant? Would you have to go into removing their tax status in New Hampshire, or would you be required to do that if we didn't have any kind of limits on this thing?
So the bill provides a definition at on lines 19 through the beginning of the top of the next page, provides a definition of what constitutes, I'm sorry, starting at line 25 and going on. It provides a definition of what constitutes settling and resettling, and that is the criteria that we would utilize in analyzing whether someone needed to begin paying tax.
You follow it? So that would mean if an organization which was in general doing charitable work in the state had one case of somebody that they hadn't realized was an illegal immigrant, or that they had realized was an illegal immigrant, that also got help, would have their tax status moved.
Potentially, yes. The bill doesn't talk about substantially or materially. It just simply defines what it would mean to do the kind of work that would mean an entity needed to be subject to the business enterprise tax.
Thank you.
No, Lori. No? So, okay. Representative Orrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So are the revenue estimates for the upcoming year above plan or below plan?
So the revenue estimates for the upcoming year, there has not been a plan established with respect to the future years. But if you're talking about how we're doing for the remainder of the current fiscal year, we are coming in below plan.
Below plan. So would taxing these organizations help that deficit?
Like, think the effective date of this would be after the upcoming fiscal year, but this could potentially be a revenue increasing measure.
Follow up? So would you, are you willing to look into the fact whether or not these organizations should be taxed and get back to us?
I'm not sure what you mean by.
I'm asking you to check into this situation.
Representative, I don't think they're not gonna, they can't determine whether there's taxation. This bill it's a policy thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Done.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to testify who has not testified? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 635.
Be careful, that my phone is right there.
Oh, you need a new one anyhow.
Hang on a sec.
I think this is one bill that we will, or one of the bills that we'll probably have a work session on to come to a conclusion. So that concludes our work for this week. Next week we are scheduled for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday again. And it's it's TBD, but the following week we may only meet one day. We may only meet on Wednesday. That has not been determined yet, but at most it would be 2 days. Not next week. So next week is 3 days. The following week is either 1 or 2 days. The following week, which is the vacation week, I'm not going to schedule anything. There's no house session scheduled. I won't schedule any committee meetings, so you'll have that complete vacation week off, which whatever, it's the last week in February following into first couple days in March. Rosalyn, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah. This is one of the early bills. So we have to figure out
6:35.
when
Do
you
we have
do
it?
a work session.
Well, do we already have it? We have it scheduled, I think, for exec already, don't we? Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, in bills that are complex, and then the language on this one is a little murky. It's a lot murky, but it has some merit to be examined. And one of the ways we can handle that is to retain the bill. So that when we have a little more, after we get all the revenues done and all that stuff, and depending upon how many Senate bills, we can work on it a little bit through the rest of the winter and spring, and then we can do it again in the fall to report out in November. It's going to be up to the chair and to the ranking member as to what they want to do, but
I'm trying to find the email that I sent that lists. I just want to verify that is on for next week. Next Tuesday. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Starting at 2:00, we're executing 4 bills. The next 2. Well, I had to put in a time. We may not get to it till 3:00. we are doing revenue estimates all day Tuesday. We're going to hear from DRA on Monday morning, probably 10 to 12. DRA is going to give us their revenue estimates, and those estimates account for about 70% of the total for the state for over the biennium. So that's extremely important. In the afternoon on Monday, February 10th, we'll have our first work session on discussing where we think, how do we, all the estimates that have come in from DRA, the other agencies, how do we feel about it? And how would we potentially modify it? And then Tuesday, and then following on that, Tuesday, 10 to 12 and roughly 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, we will continue to work on those estimates and see how much progress we're making. But I didn't want to schedule the exec for 3 just in case we are done a little earlier. We can start at 2. You can always start later. So I set it, you'll see it at 2. It could slide a little bit, but we've got 4 bills. Now, one of those 4 bills, as Jennifer pointed out, is 635. And at that point, by then, I will decide, with help from others, should we just exec it, or should we combine a work session with the exec? I can't notice a work session anymore, but that doesn't stop us from execing it and talking about it if we feel like we can come to some conclusion one way or another. Or, as Jordan pointed out, I could push it off, retain it, and we can deal with it later. So try to get a consensus of where we think we're at.
Want to straw poll now, or you want to wait?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Maybe we can do a straw poll now. Well, what would the straw poll be? What's your suggestion for the straw poll?
A retain would be.
Oh.
My suggestion would be to give this a good looking at, and run it through in retain, because there may be some things to it. I see some areas that need to be examined a little bit more deeply. Definitions need to be changed. It would essentially entail rewriting the bill, and we may come to that conclusion very rapidly. But for the time being, since it has to be reported out by the 6th, we probably should report it out as being retained. Would be my suggestion. And
I think the choices are retain or ITL. I'm not sure how it's OTP as it is unless somebody wants to bring an amendment. No, March 6th.
March 6th.
You're right. The February 6th is tomorrow. That's a good point. So, I mean, I guess, how do people feel? How many people think we should retain it? And then I'll ask how many people think we should ITL it. Retain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many people feel like it should be ITL'd now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You went on the wrong one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now it's 7, 7. Okay, that didn't
work very well.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Well, we can make that decision on next Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's there are some.
All right.
We'll save that discussion for that.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're all set for today.
I'm sorry.
See you next week.